Right. You just finished getting set up here. We're good to go. Looks like it's working. All right.
Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet, somewhere close to harmony, when the world is sound asleep, something's gonna bring the change, journeys we are meant to take, something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
That's right. We are no mechanics. So, what does that mean we can do or can't do? Can we drift? I see people air flipping. We're gonna see what it looks like on not drifting for the first lap. We're starting in silver 3, so not drifting. We should be able to air flip onto the ceiling here though, right? We'll skip 1 because it's low mechanics. In fact, we'll just drive in a straight line. Yeah, I don't know what we're allowed to do or not allowed to do. I mean, they're not really drifting. And one of them does this, so we'll kind of steal that. Drifting feels like it's a little bit too strong at this rank. So we'll kind of just float around. We're also not going to take that tunnel because I think that might have been a little bit mechanical. We will take this though, because there's no reason not to. That's just knowledge about routes. We're saving our turbos because we might as well use the catch-up mechanic for advantage. Oh, we hit lava. I didn't want to air flip. Yeah, okay, they seem to be doing that, so we can steal that. Looks like there's one player that's significantly faster than other people, but you know, our goal is not to beat other people that are above their rank. And there we go. Second place with no drifting. rank do you think drifting is allowed for no mechanics? Hoping this series will be helpful to a lot of people that are trying to get to Unreal, but they feel like they just don't have a lot of the fancy mechanics to be able to pull it off with a consistency. So we're going to be focusing on easy to do routes, smart decision making, basically just taking advantage of a lot of the things that the knowledge that people don't know at these ranks. It's kind of hard to say that we can get Unreal with just knowledge, but I guess we'll have to see. I think at just getting into gold here, we're allowed maybe 1 or 2 small baby drifts, and that's about it. Anything besides that doesn't really fit with flow mechanics. Oh, this will be a hard map to do with flow mechanics. I guess we'll kind of see what they're doing and judge it based off that and do less than what they're doing. This is a very mechanical map. So we'll take the least mechanical options and see how it looks like after lap 1. We're going to save all of our turbos for near the end, so that we have advantage of the catch-up mechanic. We're going to assume they can't air flip. I'm not even holding my controller there, I missed it, okay. This doesn't feel too hard. We're going to skip all drifting, because I don't think drifting's super viable at their rank. We're gonna skip like every other one, kind of just drive around in straight lines. No drifting. Okay, they could do that. If they could do that, we could do that. We're just kind of hovering around, doing not much. We're not going to take the left-hand side because that's pretty mechanical. Lots of flipping. So this is a lot safer of a route, a little bit easier. We won't take both those. We won't take one of the 3. Again, so I don't think we've drifted a single time so far. All we've done is a couple flips up. We'll even hit lava, slow ourselves down a little bit. And all we did was save the turbos to the end to take advantage of the catch-up mechanic. We took none of the boost pads there. We're trying to do it as minimal as possible to not try to cheat here. Like what they're doing, or less. And we're going to do that all the way up to Unreal. Proving that you can get Unreal with just basic mechanics. No mirror drifting, no meg flips, no... none of that stuff. I think in Gold we'll start to be able to do tiny little drifts. Silver, I don't think drifting's needed. In fact, you could probably get all the way to Plat without drifting, if I had to guess. But just knowing the routes is very useful. I'm surprised Airborne 2 was a map that... Alright, what's this? Airborne 1? Yeah, this is what I expected to see in Ranked. Oh, I don't have my reverse camera bound to the buttons I normally use. Oh yeah, are all my buttons bound properly? Alright. How's the mic versus the audio, by the way, for anyone tuning in? Is it set up proper? So again, I know this is a very drift-heavy map, but we're going to try to do very little drifting. Because they don't really drift very much. I mean, I feel like they're able to drift around this turn, because we just saw them do it. Yeah, they really don't drift like at all, huh? Oh, they all drifted there, so we'll do a small one. Wow, they all know the shortcuts? Maybe we won't win. Okay, they drifted there. They kind of know a little bit of drifting, so we'll do like baby drifts. And they all drift around this corner, so we could definitely do that. And we're mostly just going to drive in straight lines, and that should be good enough to beat silver players. One baby drift like they're doing. Another baby drift like they're doing. That's about it. You know, nothing more than that though. This section's the only section that I think we'll drift on because it's just a giant turn and literally everyone's drifts there. Yeah, low mechanics. We're gonna get Unreal with low mechanics. Basically, yeah, forward. Yeah, drive forward. Drive forward's pretty well good enough to climb before gold. Just kind of drive in a straight line. Beats 90% of people. That's that map. I think we probably should have snuck in a couple more drifts. Realistically, we're obviously downplaying. Like everyone there was drifting a little bit, but you drift on the pads? Yeah, I drift on the pads too. But we're trying to do what they do at this rank or less to prove that you can get to the next rank without being mechanical. Obviously, mechanics are important. Have to play. I don't know about that. That's why I play off camera? What do you mean? That's why I play on camera. Alright. So again, no one knows how to drift. I mean, obviously they do, but we're just going to take this inside path line as close as possible. And we're just going to hover. We're just in the air, lots of room to hover. Really hard to miss that. You know, we're not doing anything. Just hovering. And they caught us. They're too fast. Alright, we're gonna do like a little bit of a drift, because, you know, we haven't done a drift all game. We just unlocked that a drift right there for our first time. Okay, they're doing a little bit of drifts. You know, we'll sneak one or two small ones in. Look at them go. Again, we're going to hover this as close as possible to the inside. Maybe sneak one baby drift in. No, like, look at them. They're full on drifting, so us sneaking one baby one in is definitely in the realm of allowed. We're saving all of our turbos to take advantage of the catch-up mechanic. And they're doing little bits of drift. They're all drifting here. That guy, I swear, missed the checkpoint. Yeah, he did. Goodbye, buddy! Okay, we're getting full turbos here, so we're going to turbo. And like that, we're now spot number 1. Is that lava sticking? No, is that a rock sticking out of the wall? Yeah, look at him like do like big drifts. We're doing none of that. You know, we're not about the big drift energy. We're small drift energy over here. We'll do one small one. And they're not really drifting, so we can't really do drifts. Then we turbo. Looks like we're going to be short a turbo at the end because we didn't drift. But there you go. It's basically AFK play, and it's still good enough to easily come first, right? We just kind of driving. Like, we haven't even unlocked drifting yet, basically. What do you mean, how? The whole series is going to seem like that as we go. We're going to keep climbing with doing basically nothing. And it's going to be probably depressing for a lot of people, but hopefully very educational. I mean, we're not like crazy high ranked right here. We're only silver. Like, let's calm down. But, you know, I think by gold we'll start being able to do little baby drifts. You know, like, at least clear my feet. I'm actually blindfolded. You can't see it, but my eyes are currently closed. I have text-to-speech going for your chat. That's how I know what you're saying. Actually completely blindfolded, though. No joke, when my friends came over, we played on my couch on the PS5, and we got to gold 2 or 3? Gold 2, I think, with blindfolded. It was pretty fun. Alright, same thing. We're going to take advantage of catch-up mechanic. Again, I don't think we know how to drift. We're gold players. I'm pretty sure I don't even have that button bound, you know. Didn't know that's a thing in racing games. Well, I know K2 Easy pretty well. That's what we raced at the tournament. That was my go-to map. You can't drift. You can just drive in a straight line. We have nothing besides straight line abilities. Obviously, that's enough to get us first so far. We're gonna do a little bit of a drift around here. You know, we're gonna spin out though because we're gold. You know, we tried to drift, it didn't work out for us. We didn't even jump. We just fell off the ramp and landed there. So that's not that mechanical. We don't have to like time or thrusters. This, we're gonna just hop. Ah, we can't just hop it. You have to drift it. That might make it a little bit tricky. Do a sign. Oh yeah, they changed that, hey, in a patch to drop that in there. Okay, they all drift around here, like, actually legitimately, for the record. Like, look at them go. So again, we're just gonna drive off of here and fall onto there. We missed it, that's okay. Yeah, I guess we can't do the shortcut route because it's too mechanical. They were drifting this whole time. It doesn't really feel fair on that, but, you know. There we go. We did one small one. Alright, we're going to use one right here. And then they drifted around here no problem. We watched them on all 3 laps do it. And we're going to assume we're still on mechanical. We can't hit any of these pads. So we're just get a turbo. Straight line simulator. I should turn the music off in game. It's kind of clashing with the in-game music. Alright. Alright, so again, we kind of just drove in straight lines. We drifted in one small spot where every single person was drifting, and we only did it 2 of the 3 laps. We purposely spun out on the first lap to actively slow ourselves down. Nothing really to it. I don't know when it's going to become not a straight line simulator. I would guess somewhere in gold. It's a real shame we can't do that shortcut without being mechanical. I don't think there's a single way. Maybe if you just like held drift and then just started jumping. Is holding drift in the air mechanical? I mean, I know a lot of people don't know to do it, but it's not really mechanical, right? You just hold the drift button while you're in the air. Just holding a button down. What do you guys think? Where does that land? Okay, can we do Anaconda without drifting? Is this even possible? I don't even know what we do here. We're doing it! Okay, we should give them a little bit of credit. They are drifting, okay? Like let's do a little bit of drifting at least. We're just assuming we mostly can't drift because I don't know. It's kind of depressing how close this is. Alright, now we use our turbos. We'll do one drift, because again, everyone's drifting. We'll just drift on the coals instead. There we go. We basically did Anaconda without drifting for like 95% of the map. I think that counts as low mechanics, right? We kind of just jumped and hovered. We basically just hovered the map. We barely raced on the road. Hello there, Kinaku. We're going to get Unreal with basically no mechanics. No mechanics being, you know, that'll scale with rank, but less than what your average player does at the rank by a lot. Like, we just raced Anaconda basically without drifting. While they're drifting non-stop. Like, you didn't know? Okay, there's a difference between not knowing a shortcut and it being mechanical, though. The whole point is we're going to win with, like, our knowledge. We can't just not do shortcuts because you didn't learn about it until Diamond 2. If they're easy to do, we're doing them. Like, if they're easy and non-mechanical, they should do more modes like this. I mean, I did a no turbos to Unreal, and I got to mid-Unreal-ish. This is weird. Let's switch out of it and back in. Is the game bugged? Is my controller bugged? What is happening? Hello? I can't select anything. Is Fortnite down? Alright, I guess all we could do is close it and reopen it. And it's gonna go to a black screen for a second, and I'll be right back in a second though. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, I think it would... I don't know. I mean, just modes without mechanics, that just sounds less fun to me, Sky. Like what's... Would people really play no turbos? Like, what's the point of playing that versus just a mode that has turbos? I don't see too much reason. It's booting back up now, guys. Sorry for the black screen. I don't know. Fortnite, it's a small indie company. What can you do? Alright, should be coming back up now. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Waiting for queues? 50 seconds? Alright, that's fair. I guess this wasn't just for me, this is for other people too. So I think in Gold we're going to start introducing small drifts, because, I mean, they're clearly drifting non-stop there in Anaconda, so we should be able to allow to do some small beginner basic drifts. Nothing that's tough. What about mag flips? No, we're not doing any mag flips. only mechanics account. We're just in bronze doing mag flips on people. Not allowed to move unless it's a mechanic. Side flips. Alright, looks like it's working now. Alright, so we're in Gold. Can you carry you to Diamond real quick? I mean, the stream should be very educational on how to get to Diamond. Also, I can't carry you, because if we race, I'd just be beating you. It doesn't help you racing with me. But you can learn the routes to get to Diamond pretty easily. Alright. Airborne. So Airborne's tricky, because obviously they can drift at Gold. So we're going to drift in 2 spots. We're going to drive in a straight line for a bit, We're gonna do one small drift here. And then one around this turn. Because it's a giant turn, it's pretty hard to mess up. And we're not gonna hold it for that long, you know? That's it. That's as mechanical as we're getting. Then it's straight line simulator. I literally don't even have my hand on the analog stick right now. Alright, we'll do some slight corrections. We'll take this shortcut. All we do is hover in the air. And we're just driving straight lines. Again, one small baby drift here. And one like kind of half drift here. And that's it. That's all we're doing. Again, my hand's off the analog stick right now. Just driving in a straight line. And we'll put it back on to correct ourselves over here. This is pretty low mechanics, right? We're just kind of hovering. Straight line. We'll do our small baby drift. Not much speed, just a little bit. Just enough to be like, have respect of gold players being able to do one small drift. And then this is a big turn. We're even going to smash into the wall here, just to show that it doesn't matter. Like, oh, that's fine. We got 3 turbos now, so we're just going to use them. We'll wait till we're in a safe spot. You know, straight line. This looks pretty straight. Use it here. Alright, there you go. I mean, we kind of just drove in a straight line, and it's enough to get 3 seconds faster than everyone else. We're doing it? Hey, bros. We're making an account to get Unreal with basically 0 mechanics. We just drove basically in a straight line with 0 drifts and still came 3 seconds faster than everyone. And if I remember when I did my no turbos to Unreal, it was around Diamond when people started to get good. Like, relatively. So I think that's when we'll probably again start to notice it, but I think for anyone that is like somehow gold or plat still. The gold stands no chance. I mean, so how do we do this map with low mechanics? I mean, they all know how to drift at this point. Like, watch, they'll all drift around here, but we're just gonna drive in straight lines because we don't know mechanics. We don't know how to drift. What we do know is how to hit this one thing, kinda. Okay, this is really hard without drifting, not gonna lie. It's actively harder to not drift that than it is to drift it. Okay, they're all doing like small drifts. We'll just do like baby drifts. You know, like we'll kind of follow them, bump into the wall like he did. We'll lose the drift because we forgot to release it and they don't know how to carry it in the air. You know, stuff like that. All we're doing is hovering. You know, we can crash, it's fine. Yeah, so this section they all drift though, and we're gonna copy it. Because like, as I said, it's probably literally harder. We're gonna hit lava. We're gonna do like everything we can to make it. Just get turbo, kind of bump into some walls. None of it matters. Oh, we shouldn't have air flipped. I mean, we're trying to handicap ourselves by not drifting, so we're gonna miss that, you know, because we're not mechanical. Okay, some lava. That's still good enough. You know, I think that's about as lowest mechanics as we can do. I think a lot of the bigger turns we should drift through, and maybe just drift through the lava or something like that. Like, assume that we hit it every single time, that we can hold it on an angle. Alright, on to the next one. The first bit of the game is always a little bit slow, because there's not really much to it. It's just people... Alright, this one should be pretty good to do with our knowledge. Yeah, a low mechanical version of this map. 1 death per match. I think I have to die once per match. All we're going to do is jump and kind of float over here. That's not mechanical. That's just knowing that that's a shortcut. Again, we're going to take the right-hand path. We're going to hit some of these. And then just hover. We're just basically driving in a straight line. Like, my hand isn't even on the analog stick. Just turning kind of slowly around this. And jumping up. We're just jumping. We didn't make it. Oh no. We're just jumping. We're just jumping. 1 death per match? Sure, yeah, fine. I mean, not every match, but again, so we're just jumping. We're gonna drive right through the lava, because somehow we didn't notice the giant lava wall. And then we're gonna get our 1 death. How do we die? Oh no, we died. I don't think we need a death per match, to be honest. Like, we're not doing anything risky that deserves a death, but... Okay, I didn't even press the drift button. The car literally drifted by itself, so... And we just jump up, kind of hover over this. We're just jumping. We're not even on the track. We haven't drifted once with the drift button. You know, let's say we missed that. It's fine. Just jumping. Then we turbo. Again, I'm not even pressing the drift button. It just literally drifts because I'm just holding turn around there. And then we turbo at the end. We even finished with the full extra turbo. Wow. Not drifting, not air flipping, with a death. You know, driving through lava intentionally, missing a bunch of pads intentionally. That's pretty low mechanics, and you could still win pretty easily here. Just knowing the routes saves a lot of time. Using your turbos in smart spots. I don't remember. I didn't think all these maps were available in early gold. They must have changed today. It's probably a good change, but I think a lot of those maps are pretty mechanical for people. I mean, they don't have to be, as you saw. I mean, we just loaded most of the map. What the heck is this? I don't think I know this map. What is this? Hello? Pretty positive I've never seen this map before. You played it? What is it? Sidewinder? What? Oh, my graphics are lower. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna drift around here because it's a big turn. It's fine. Yeah, I lowered my graphics so that I could, we're just gonna drive on the dirt. Like, you know, we don't know how to not drive. It's gonna be tough to do a map that's all about drifting without any drifting, so we're gonna... Yeah, I guess we have to, though, huh? Yeah, we're just kind of good at driving straight lines. That's kind of cool, actually, seeing it with the low graphics. We're just kind of driving. And I didn't even press the drift button, it just kind of drifted. We're gonna do one drift around here though, because every single person in the entire game is gonna drift there. And then we're gonna use our turbo and hover the left-hand side. Hovering is not very mechanical. Try to get a draft off him. All we're doing is sitting behind his car. Okay, so again, everyone's gonna drift on the real big turns. We have to. Like this one up here. Again, we'll drive through the coals because, you know, we're very unmechanical. I don't know how to, like, mess that up, though. Right there. I'm trying. We're just kind of driving in a straight line, and it just happens to take us there. Yeah, we're just trying to copy their drifts or less. We're just turboing and hovering the left-hand spot. That's all. That guy air flipped. Like, let's calm down. Look at him go! He's drifting in between those? Get out of here. Wait, he's like a tryhard. What the heck? That was super mechanic. This guy's doing an only mechanic series. Alright, we're gonna pretend we get this again, driving through the holes in the side of the road. We're having the really far left side here so that we don't accidentally run into a wall. And again, we're gonna mess this up every single time. All we have to do is drive in a straight line and it literally takes us over to here. Can't really get much less mechanical than driving in a straight line. We're not worried about our turbos. It's fine. I know we have more than we need, but somehow I feel like we accidentally built a... We're gonna bump into this a few times like he did. And I guess there we go. All we have to do is save 3 turbos to the end. Drive in straight lines. Not drift. And that's good enough. Yeah, that one tunnel section, all we do is literally drive in a straight line and it drives us up the wall and back down the other side. So, I think that counts as not mechanical. Because we're literally could take our hand off the controller if we had auto acceleration on. Message retracted. That's a new one. I don't think I've seen that before. Alright, almost to gold 2. Going not bad so far. I kind of want to write an add-on also that I get to see the screen like once every 5 seconds or something. And see what rank we could get if I could just see the game like once every 5 seconds. So I kind of have a rough idea of where I am. Olympus. Is it mechanical to go up top? I mean, it's just holding up, right? Probably? Too mechanical? I don't think so. It's pretty hard to mess up. Like, you just hold your jump button and flip up. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna count that as not mechanical. All we're doing is jumping up and then air flipping up. That's all we're doing. Just literally holding the jump button. They're gonna drift around here, so we're gonna do the same. And all we're doing is hovering. Hovering is definitely allowed. We can't take that, so that's probably a bit too mechanical. We're gonna drive on poles, you know, slow our car down, pretend we're really bad at drifting. This is gonna be the first. All we're doing is jumping off. All we did is press the jump button. It's not very mechanical. Here we're gonna attach to the side of the wall. We have to, otherwise we can't make it across. So we're just driving, no drifting. And then we turbo. So the only mechanical part is jumping off the ground, but it's just literally pressing jump. There's nothing to it. So I think that's got to be allowed. We're not doing this one, which is a bit more. So again, we just drift around. Big turn here, drift around. Big turn here, drift around. We'll bump into a few things, you know, slow ourselves down. Somehow we forgot how to release drifts because we're super mechanical. But again, all you do is drift and then just tap the jump button. That's it. No other inputs. I'm just falling. I don't think there's anything mechanical that I'm doing. Am I mistaken? Just kind of driving in straight lines. My hand's even like off the controller during that. We're only drifting on the huge big spots to drift. No like sneaky small drifts, just straight line. Giant section to drift, we start drifting. Giant section of drift, we start drifting. We're going to pretend we get this right 1 out of 3 times. Here again, giant section of drift, we start drifting. Again, all we do is tap our jump button and nothing else. My hand's off the controller except for holding the drift button. Attach to the wall, turbo. Not drifting. Just kind of driving around. And that's it. It's just knowing the route, I guess. Because that's still significantly faster than everyone else. And there we go. Build 2. Let's keep the climb going. You guys think I'm being a bit too, I really don't think anything I did there was mechanical, right? Like, jumping off the wall is... It's literally just press the X button on the controller, and that's it. Like, press it once, and let go. and then just do nothing. That doesn't seem very mechanical. I'm pretty sure if I told anyone to do that that hadn't done it before, they'd be like, oh. Alright, Windy Way. Windy Way should be really easy for low mechanics. I'm going to try to think about the least mechanical route we could take. Alright, we got it. So we're going to do straight line simulator for as much as possible. Driving in a straight line. We can see they can all drift here, so we're going to drift. Like, every single one of them can do it. Same with here. Every single one of them can do it. Apparently not. So we won't do it on the other laps because one person messed it up and maybe drifting is too mechanical there. Same thing here. It's a big turn. The only difference is we know about the shortcut here to turbo. And all we do is tilt back in our car and press the turbo button. That's all there is to it. Here we drift, and we just hold the drift button as we go around. We're not going to turbo on the first lap here. Oh, we can't probably hit that. So again, straight line simulator, driving in a straight line, super exciting to watch on the stream. And you know what? I think we could do this. All we're doing is hovering. Right? Straight line simulator. Straight line simulator is good enough to get a decently high rank. Again, we're not drifting unless we absolutely have to, because I think drifting's a little bit too strong with these rinks. So we're just going to drive in as many straight lines as possible. One section will actually drift, but that's it. Then we're just going to hover our car, slowly taking the turn. And then again, straight line simulator. I'm playing with one hand right now. My hand's just off. Coming back up, I'll press the drift button. And turbo across. Knowing this one shortcut is enough to be able to beat every single player at this rank. Again, just drifted on this turn. And that's it. Good enough to get those ranks. Yeah, still 4 seconds faster than everyone else. Alright, on to the next one. I think around Plat will get a little bit more exciting. Because I think in Plat people will start to... I don't even know if that's true. Yeah. To start, it's basically just... This is the spots that you turbo. These are the spots to do shortcuts that are very easy and low mechanics. If you do them, you come first. Most of the players here just have no concept of any of the routes or knowledge. And just having the knowledge immediately puts you up to at least platinum, I think. Even if you can't drift at all. Like, here's another map. So we're gonna not drift basically as much as humanly possible. Like, they're gonna drift a lot. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're mid-gold. They know how to drift. But we don't, because we're low mechanics. So, straight line simulator. Yeah, here we're gonna drift. Like on the coals or something, you know. Because that's what they do, they bump into things. We're gonna do the same as them. I'm not gonna drift here, maybe it's a bit too tricky for some people. We're just gonna hover this whole thing. Driving on the ceiling is a little bit mechanical. Here, we will drift around. Every single player will drift around. They all drive in the coals, so we'll drive in the coals too. And again, just straight line simulator. Here again, we'll get a little drift because they all get a drift. And we'll turbo across. Turboing in the air sections is going to be what's going to get us there. So I think that they can go underneath. Going underneath versus not underneath isn't that different. We got to drive on the poles and stuff. That's what they're doing. But there's just a boost pad at the end. All we're going to do is turbo and just float in the air. That's all. Straight line simulator again. My hand is off the analog stick right now. We're just driving straight line. Slight correction. And don't get me wrong, drifting is significantly faster. Here we'll drift, but we'll like drive in the coals, we'll bump into walls, you know. You have solo mechanics that we're gonna bump every single time. Same with here, every single person does drift. We're gonna turbo once we get lined up. So we're straight line, now we turbo. We don't want to risk anything tricky, we're just waiting till we're in a straight line, and then turboing. Here again, we'll bump into the bar every single time, drive on the lava, other side of the road every single time. Straight lines as much as possible. Again, they can drift, so. And then we turbo across in the air sections, that's all it is. We're not even going to take the underground part, because maybe the underground part is considered too mechanical. So all we do is drive around, again, we're going to bump into the side, drive on the coals. We're going to assume that you can't drift at all, so if you're trying, you're bumping into things. But what I can assume you could do is tilt back on your controller while you're in the air. As long as you know how to hover, you should be able to win. Up to plat at least. Because I have faith that you can drive in straight lines as well. Again, we're going to bump into as many things as possible. We're drifting, but we don't know how to drift. And assuming they mess up every single drift is a bit much, but it's fine. So again, we're going to hover till we're in a straight line. We're in a straight line, we're going to turbo. We're going to drift around this turn because it's a pretty big turn. It's pretty easy to drift. And then we're going to just drive in straight lines again. Then we're going to land on the top because anything else is a bit much. And we're going to do one long drift around and that's it. We're going to assume that at some point we can land one drift. And the rest is just hovering. We save a couple turbos to the end so that we have full advantage of the catch-up mechanic. And we're good to go. Still 3 seconds faster. Saving your turbos to the end, I think, is one of the strongest things you can do at low ranks. I think we've come first or second basically every single game so far, doing nothing fancy. I think we got a second by a guy that was also probably not this rank. That's about it. I like that they introduced a lot of these maps to the lower ranked players though. To me, they were way more fun than the beginner maps. So hopefully it helps draw new community members. For anyone that is a bit more mechanical, by the way, I do have all ranked routes videos I put to it so far of all the different maps I do in ranked. So again, Puddle Jumper, we're gonna assume they know how to do a little bit of drifting. Just a little bit though. So we're not gonna drift too much. We're gonna mostly hover. So let's see how far we can get without drifting first. Just light hovering. That's all we're doing. Straight lines. Light hovering. They all drift. We don't know how to drift. We're only mid-gold. Maybe we'll do one baby drift here. That's about it. We do know how to float. Floating's not tricky. We do have the knowledge of shortcuts, which allows us to float again. No air flips, because we can't air flip. We hit lava. That's fine. Just straight lines. We don't need any of those fancy mechanics like drifting. I mean, we'll do like baby little ones, and that's about it. I think he tried to copy me, but I'm pretty sure he missed that checkpoint on my screen. Yeah. Again, just baby little mechanics. All we're doing is hovering, taking the inside track, and then using the turbo at the very end. By using the turbo at the very end, you get the catch-up mechanic the whole advantage of the game, and then finish. There we go. Another first without basically drifting at all on Puddle Jumper 1. So no air flips, no drifting. I don't think we can get less mechanical than that. I think at Plat is when we'll start being able to do a little bit of drifting, because saying that Plats can't drift at all seems a bit much. Like, it's definitely something they can do if they're Plat and they're watching, you know? We'll just keep the drifting very basic. No tricky spots, no air flip continuations, nothing like that. Oh, that's a weird bug. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, we can win basically every single game without drifting currently, so that's not too bad. Like, no more than this, like, the most obvious spots to drift where you're basically forced to. Like, if you held your analog stick, the game would make you drift even if you didn't press the drift button. Those are the only places we're drifting. Like, I think it's more tricky to not drift. Alright, again, we're going to do Straight Line Simulator. Not the most exciting, but very proving that it's enough to win. The only place we're going to drift is that one big tunnel section, because literally everyone will. They all go up top, they don't know there's a boost pad down below, or if you just drive in a straight line, you're somehow faster than them. So again, every single person will drift here, so we're gonna drift here. That's it. Besides that, we're just driving in a straight line. We'll see if this guy drifts in the tunnel at all. He does, so we'll do like a small one. But besides that, all we have to do is literally just drive in a straight line. I basically don't even need my analog stick. And it should still be enough for us to get first. Here they always drift though, so I mean we have to. Like literally every single player will drift there at this rink. So I'm assuming that you can also if you're this rink. But again, besides that, they're all hitting boost pads and stuff. We're doing none of that. Nothing mechanical. Literally just straight line floating. And again, they drift in this tunnel, so we will also drift in this tunnel a little bit. And that's it. Coming up to lap 3 here, still driving in a straight line. We're going to start using our turbos that we've saved up. We're going to hit this boost pad and then turbo. There's one. Drift around here like they do. Again, we're going to assume we can't hit any of these boost pads on the top of this house because it's too tricky. All we're doing is driving in a straight line. There we go. Pretty clean. We finished with like 99% of a turbo. If we snuck in literally any drifting anywhere, it's an easy first. So we got that with literally no drifting except for one singular spot on the map and no boost pads anywhere on the map. Like none of the rooftop ones, none of the roadside ones you get side flipping, none of that. We're doing this as handicapped as we possibly can to prove that you don't need anything fancy to get to Unreal. Because I think a lot of people are stuck. They think because they need fancier mechanics or stuff like that, but it really comes down to game knowledge. I mean, obviously, mechanics help. Don't get me wrong. But they're not needed to get to Unreal. Unreal isn't that high of a benchmark yet. You made it to Unreal? Nice. That's exciting. Okay, Anaconda is a little bit tricky to do without drifting. It's probably more tricky to do. Oh, you made it to the stream. Perfect. Well, Unreal's coming next then, I believe. Okay, it's probably more work to not drift in Anaconda than it is to drift, but again, we're trying to make this. Yeah, I don't know how much drifting we're allowed to do. They're going to be drifting the whole way, so I think that should be allowed in mechanics, but we'll do a bit of both. We're going to do a lot of floating because we don't know how to drift good. So just driving in a straight line, we're just going to float our car. Just lightly feathering our button. No drifting because we don't know how to drift. This is a really big turn. I'm going to assume we can drift at this going into like close to flat. I'm going to hit one of these and then just kind of float. For some reason we don't know how to drift despite being pretty high ranked, so we're just floating. Some of these you have to drift, and I'm going to assume they can. Like, this is so big, we're going to smash into walls and stuff and drive on coals because, you know, we're trying to replicate low mechanics. But again, all we do is float. Float the car, just tap the jump button occasionally. No air flips like that guy's doing, which just got him killed. We're gonna bump into some more walls here, because again, we don't know how to hold our drift angles. Use one turbo. We're gonna bump into as many walls as possible. Try to simulate being literally as bad at drifting as possible. Again, every single time we drift, yeah, see, there they are. Always bumping off walls. So we're doing the same. We're simulating it. Again, we're just gonna hover, lightly touch our jump button. Drift as little as possible because we're trying to do low mechanics. Bump into some walls when we do drift because we don't know how to take them properly. Saving the turbos to the end though will be enough to get us, again, we'll bump into walls. We'll start late so we bump into walls. But what we have is turbos. And saving your turbos to the end is enough to generally crush any ranks, or upwards to diamond. I think once we get platinum, we'll start being able to do drifting without smashing into walls every single time we drift. But till then, we're gonna solidly assume that if you drift, you're gonna be hitting a wall at gold. Or we're gonna drift as little as possible. It's weird it doesn't give me an icon. I'm just like this shadowy figure coming first. Hey, Lethal. You're Unreal? Very nice. I'm about rank 50 on my main for Unreal. I just want to show people that they can all get Unreal without a ton of mechanics. So we're going to do each rank with the same, or more likely significantly less mechanics than everyone else. It's an interesting challenge. But I think a lot of people blame their rank on their inability to do mechanics, when instead it's often roots and pathing. What rank on Unreal are you, Lethal? Alright, this is a pretty easy map to do with flow mechanics. Just knowing how to float in the air is good enough. We're going to only drift in like one small section of the map, because the game literally forces you to, even if you don't have the drift button down. So all we're going to do is just jump up and float. Just floating. All we're doing is floating on repeat. Float, 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 float. Floating's enough to get you pretty high rank. So here we're going to drift because, again, even if I don't have the drift button bound, it'll drift me with how sharp of a turn this is. And again, float, hit these, keep floating. We're going to be in the air more than we're going to be on the ground. We don't know how to drift, we don't know how to do anything. We're only mid-gold. We do know how to float. And when I hit this, you know, we can miss the other ones. Sometimes we're not mechanical enough to hit them. It's okay. As you can see, it's easily fast enough to be able to keep up with the other people. We're just gonna stay floating. Float, 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 float. We're not too concerned about the guy getting ahead of us. We still have a good amount of drift built up. Dude's out here mirror drifting and stuff. Use one of our turbos. Another one of our turbos. And the turbo at the end. So all we did is not use turbos, wait to the end, and then use all of them. We only drifted in the one small section of the map, nowhere else. So with basically the drift button unbound, we can still easily win going up towards Platinum. So no air flips, no drifting, no anything. You should still easily be able to get to Platinum, and then probably climb higher afterwards. Alright, just a couple games till plat. But it seems like we still really don't need drifting or air flips or any of the built-in mechanics of the game to be able to climb. I think once we start getting to mid-plat or low diamond, we might need to start. But again, so here we're going to try to, as little as possible. The only thing I'm going to say, is it always best to go back to the lobby after each match? I find it bugs me sometimes if I don't. So again, we're just going to drive in straight lines. We're going to drift here though, because every single one of them will drift. We're going to bump into the wall though and drive in the coals, because we're going to assume they're going to do the same. Same with here. We're going to smash into the wall, because we're going to assume they're going to do that. So the only mechanical spot, okay, I should probably not die, but is we're going to drift and we're just going to hold it. All we're doing is holding the drift button in the air. We're going to do one baby drift here, and then we're going to turbo. I don't think going through here is too mechanical. Okay, they all drift here, right? Let's just drift and like hit lava and stuff. That way we're on par with the other players. That seemed fair for low mechanics. Like the times we drift, we should like bump into the wall. It's not like they can't drift, right? They just can't drift well. So again, we'll drift. We'll try to drive on the poles and bump into the wall, bump into the walls like they are. Every time we drift, we're going to intentionally make it as bad as possible. That way they can't say, this is the only part, I think, it's not that mechanical, right? All you're doing is holding the drift button in the air. That's not super mechanical. We're mostly just driving in straight lines. Honestly, even here, we're going to assume that drifting's too hard. So we're just going to jump it. We're low mechanics. Oh, we should probably not have done that. Okay, we're going to not use the speed. We're going to drop down instead. So drift, bump into walls. Every time they drift, they're going to smash into walls. We should do the same. Yeah, they really do smash into the walls each time. That's cool. Seems fair? That's good. Alright. So we're coming to the final section. We saved 2 turbos. Use one here. Line up for the outpost. And we're going to assume they could do like some baby drifts or something. Like, you know, smashing into walls. Hitting some lava. And that's it. Pretty straightforward. I don't think we could really get much less mechanical than that. Every single time we drift, which was a lot less than them, we smashed into walls and drove on the side of the road. It's mostly just knowing the spots to turbo. Yeah, there's a difference between not knowing it though, Louis, and not being able to. Like, do you think if I told a gold player just do that same thing, but hold the drift button down? Again, it's not. My goal's not to be gold accurate. It's to be. Because I don't think that's her, right? It's just hold the drift button down while you're in the air. That's all it is. I don't think it's a particularly tricky thing to do. I think it's just as straightforward as jump, but don't let go of your drift button. That doesn't seem super mechanical to me. The air flips and stuff like that, I think it starts getting up there, because obviously you need to press more buttons, but where do you think like, do you think I should not do it then? Because the goal is just low mechanics, not equal mechanics. Because I think they literally just don't know to do it. It's not that they can't. Alright, straight line simulator. I know we can drift, I know they can drift, but... as you can see, it kind of feels a little bit unfair almost doing it, so... maybe we'll do one small one here, it's a pretty obvious spot to drift. That's about it. We're doing it. Yeah, I mean, they just drifted into that real smooth, like, and they're drifting in here. We'll do like one small baby one, you know. Nothing that they can't do, that's for sure. We're mostly just driving in a straight line. He's drifting. It's interesting that just driving in a straight line is comparable to the top of the lobby, though. Makes me almost wonder how. And here, this isn't hard. If you're in the air, you have lots of maneuverability. I think the problem is they tried to drift in or stuff like that. So again, one baby drift, and that's it. That's all we're doing. We're not going for any drifts basically anywhere in this entire map, because I don't think it's needed until a pretty high rank. Yeah, they're doing little drifts. We'll do like tiny little baby drifts sometimes, and that's about it. Again, my hand's literally off the analog stick right now. I only have one hand on the controller. It's like good enough. Just stay close to the inside edge and you're good. Again, you just jump. When you're in the air, like, there's tons of room in here to float. Like, I'm pretty sure if you just float in the air... Most of my not great video game friends start out by having difficulty pressing more than one button. Alright. Fair enough then. We won't do it till plat, Louis. I'll take it. Fair enough. Alright, then we just use our turbos. Save them to the end. And there you go. Driving in a straight line while not drifting is enough to get first, coming up into close to plat. I'm not really sure where my time save even comes from. but I guess it's good enough. I mean, I had like it was like an 18-minute queue on my main, Louis. I haven't got a ranked game in like 3 days. So I was like, okay, well, I'd like to prove to people that they can climb, because this is what I do all the time with our one-on-one coaching. Anyone just joining in that's watching, by the way, if you ever want like personalized free coaching, we do that all the time in the Discord. Click the link in the description. But that's what I do in the coaching, is try to give people routes that are just easier than they're doing and faster with less mechanics. Like eventually, if you want to start pushing through Unreal, 3 days to queue? No, I tried 3 different days and I couldn't get a game on EU or NA. K2 is a really tricky one to do with flow mechanics, not gonna lie. I don't know what they do or don't know. They should be able to go drift around this turn first. Right? Let's just watch them. I mean, that dude just air flipped around it, so... And again, they can... Let's just not drift. Let's assume drifting's too hard for that turn. Do one small one here. Can they hit this? Yeah, they can hit that. And we're just gonna drive in a straight line, like no drifting. Here they all do this though. So, like... Oh, they don't. Okay, I'm gonna hit lava. Oh, I tried to. I'm gonna just pause. I think I cheated a little bit too much there. You're right, they like let go each time or something? I don't get what they're doing. How do they do it? I can't tell what they're doing. Alright, let me pay close attention to what they're doing here. Let's bump into the side of the road, because that's what they'll do. Yeah, they must be drifting in the air. Otherwise they don't have that angle. It's impossible. Oh no, you're right, they don't. They just release it first. Alright. Wow, that's so much trickier, in my opinion. But we'll just drive on the coals, you know. I don't know how to make that. I don't know. Like, to me, it's a lot harder to not hold the button there. They drift when they jump, they lose it. Oh, but then their car straightens out, right? Okay, I'll try that the next time I'm on that map. Because, yeah, it's pretty hard. I mean, I stopped my car at one point on the first lap when I did it. I don't think we did anything super mechanical, but that map is a lot of drifting. With lava on it. Yeah, I think they need to learn to just hold the drift button while they're in the air. I don't think it's... Yeah. Drift, then jump, air correct to float in the direction. And then drift when they land. Alright. I think what we're gonna do is... I think we're gonna do the... Just hold the drift button. Like, we're not gonna like drop down to continue our drift or anything like that. We're just gonna hover while holding down a button. I believe in us. I believe other people can hold down a button. I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to believe that they can't hold down a button while they're in the air. Okay. This map is like a super mechanics map, which of the shortcuts are considered too hard going into flat? They can all drift right here, right? Yeah. We're gonna assume that they're able to hover. They might not know about it, but they definitely can. They all drift around here. They drift here fine. We're gonna crash into the walls a little bit here, just to make it a little bit more fair. I'm not gonna do that every single lap, but... And this is the only one I strongly believe they can do. It's just drifting, and then pressing your jump button once. That's it. Right? It's just tapping jump. We're gonna assume they don't know how to drift at all again. So here, again, it's not mechanical to know about a shortcut. Like, you just turbo in a straight line, and that's it. Like that guy, that's actually a shortcut we could do. Because that's not that mechanical. Maybe he's got a point. So we'll drive on the coals because we don't know how to drift properly yet, so we're still low ranked. Again, all we do is press the X button. We just press jump once. I don't think it's particularly mechanical. Like, we're not drifting on any of these tubes, we're just kind of floating. This guy seems a little bit faster than the other people. And you just drift once, no chain drifts or anything, and turbo crossed. One long drift. Drive on the coals, because we don't know how to drift. Driving the coals because we don't know how to drift. Like, every time we drift, we have to handicap ourselves because we have to assume that they don't know how to drift also. Again, all we do is jump. No other buttons, no other inputs, just the single jump button. And there you go, we came second, but I think the other guy was pretty fast, like, through this ring. Yeah, he was 4 seconds faster. With YouTube at his name, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the dude's, like, Elite or Diamond, like, on a new account. He was decently fast compared to everyone else. And he knew a lot of the shortcuts. But I mean, I don't think we can come first every single game with low mechanics, especially if we run into people that aren't necessarily the same rank. But that's okay. We're just showing that it's still very easy to climb with minimal things. And when you do drift, as I said, we drive on the coals, we bump into walls. I think maybe in Plat we'll start giving people a little bit more benefit of the doubt of as sloppy of drifting, or at least being able to do... I don't know. I really don't know what Plat looks like. Like, again, here, we're just kind of going to drive in a straight line. Driving in a straight line seems to be good enough to win this map. Not even barely using the analog stick. We're just driving. And that's all it takes. They all know how to drift. We don't know how to drift. We're gonna do one small drift here because it's a really easy spot to drift, and I think everyone there can. Like, they're drifting significantly more than I am, right? We're doing it minimal mechanics. They're drifting that whole section up here. We're just gonna seek some baby drifts. Some small, like they're doing, some small little baby drifts. One small baby drift. Nothing mechanical. Driving in straight lines, taking the inside edge. They're drifting that whole thing. We're not going to do that because we have less mechanics than them. This section, as I said, we could drift. It's one of the few sections that I think is pretty... I mean, like, they're all really easy. Like, some of them are very obvious that they are designed to be drifted. But a lot of them are just driving, like, doing small little drifts. So we're just going to do small little drifts when we can, and that's it. Straight lines only. There seems to be one player that's a bit faster than the others. That's okay. That's often the case. So again, we get our one drift here that we're allowed to do. Use some of our turbos on the straight line where we don't have to do anything. Do one small drift. Coming out of this turn, we'll do one small drift. And that's it. Straight lines is strong enough. I think we only... Yeah, I think we basically didn't drift at all except for two baby drifts in the one canyon area and one on a really big obvious turn. Even some of the other really big obvious turns, we didn't do any drifting. Saving your turbos to the end, especially at the lower ranks, is enough with the catch-up mechanic to be able to fly past everyone. Later on, using them in optimal spots is better than using them as the catch-up mechanic, but... Alright, Anaconda, again, really tricky to not drift, because it's a drift map. But we're going to do our best. A little bit of light hovering in the air. So again, we're going to jump, and we're just going to hover. So we're not good enough to drift. You don't know what drifting is. So we're just hovering. Here, let's drift, because, I don't know. We're not going to do the temple. Temple's more mechanical, a little bit harder. I mean, they all drift, so we're going to do some. We're going to smash into walls, though, like they do, because I can tell they're going to. Drive here on the coals. Smash into another wall over here. And here again, we're just going to hover. Float in the air. We could try to copy them on some drifts, but we need to like mess up more than they do. So we need to smash walls. And I know we could have used a turbo, but use it here. We missed the boost pads on purpose to simulate low mechanics. They bump into it, we'll bump into it. They bump into the side here, we'll bump into it. We'll drive on the coals. We'll crash into the side of the wall. You know, anywhere that they can mess up, we're trying to mess up. Honestly, I don't even know what it does, Louis, but, I mean, it feels like it's probably deserved. Yeah, we're trying to just drive on the fire as much as possible. And just save your turbos to the end. And don't get me wrong, you won't get first every single game with no mechanics at all, but you'll easily climb with no mechanics at all. That's pretty good. Especially when that person is 6 seconds faster than the other person. Like, you know, sometimes you're going to run into people that are definitely not the right rank. But the average people in that rank, it was easily enough. And that was with minimal drifting, smashing in walls every time we did drift, driving on the side of the road where it's slower, etc. I don't know how to make it less mechanical. I think it's just that they don't know when to use the turbos, which is generally how I fly past them. Because we missed the boost pad on the temple twice on purpose. Yeah. Alright, K2. Yeah. So you said I need to... You're saying I can't carry a drift? I find that really hard to believe that they can't. They just air flipped over while carrying it. What do you mean I can't? Look at them drifting. Okay, here's what we're going to compromise to. We're going to just drive through the lava. Is that a compromise? We can't jump and do it, so we'll just drive through the lava. Driving the coals. Yeah, so we're just going to drift and hold our drift button as we go around. Drive through the lava. Compromising with Louis there. You can't tell me they can't drive through lava. Right? That's gotta be fair. We're hitting as much lava as we humanly can here. All the lava. One lava. Two lavas. I mean, that's pretty handicapped, driving through every single piece of lava. I don't think you could get less mechanical than that. That should get us to at least plat. A plat? Okay, a plat I should be able to, like, hover in the air while holding the drift at least, right? Maybe not, like, flip down each time or anything like that, or side flips or any of that, but at least be able to hover in a plat. Only put you 1 second behind first, driving through, like, what, 9 pieces of lava? What do you mean? Lavatech's overpowered, Louis. I need emotes for my chat for, like, Lavatech. Is this Vesta Falls 1? What are we allowed or not allowed to do on this map? That's a good question. Oh my god, he got the Lavatech emote. Like, let's see what they do, and then like, kind of decide what's mechanical based off that. It's like the mechanics are like second nature to me now. I have to like actively try not to. Like, we could definitely drift here, right? They'll all drift that. And then can we just drive this in a straight line or something? There we go. No drifting. Maybe like small little drifts. So straight line. Literally we just drove in a straight line. Honestly, the waterfall might be faster. For low mechanics. Okay, they can all drift this. We're doing baby drifts. We're drifting less than them. Let's put it that way. Let's miss one and like bump into a wall. How about that? Does that count? Straight line with bonks? Yeah, I mean like... Are they away at this rank? Okay. Okay. We're gonna even do no drifting, like here. We're just gonna just drive. I mean like... Oh no, we missed them all. We're so unmechanical, we forgot to drift and forgot to hit the pads. I don't know how to make it like... Like... I don't know, like, I don't know how to make it less mechanical than that. Like, I actively tried to miss them all and didn't drift. I don't know what else to do. I'm trying out here. Alright, are we platinum now? And it's like, at plat, they could definitely do more than I'm doing. Like, I'm not doing anything. Literally, intentionally not doing anything. Yeah, I mean... I'm still worried, like, I don't know, I think it really is just where I'm using the turbos, right? It mostly comes down to that, of how I'm getting the speed, because, like, where else is my speed coming from? Because I'm definitely drifting less than them. And, like, I'm obviously missing a lot of the boost pads. And driving into walls, like, multiple times. Just not drifting. Okay, this one, like, I'm torn. Like, how on earth do you do this not mechanically? Like, what counts as mechanical? They're definitely all air flipping to the sides here. Like, I don't know what to do here. We're gonna be a complete bot. That wasn't even me, by the way. That was just the game. I'm assuming you can flip up at this point. We're not going to assume you can do that hard route over there, though. Oh no, we missed it. Oh, we got one of them. Does that count? I don't know. Oh no, we were not able to do that either. Like... Oh, we missed that one too. We tried. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to... We're gonna not even do flipping. We're just gonna... Oh no, we hit lava. Whoa, we air flipped and completely missed. Like, I don't know how to make this less mechanical, not gonna lie. We're just kind of floating around. Driving in straight lines. We're not even going to do the underside here because maybe it's too tricky. We're taking none of the boost pads. We're going to miss that. And then we're just going to use our turbos at the end. Like, I don't know. I literally could not make that any, like what am I doing that they can't? I'm missing it. All I did was not do anything tricky. Maybe they try to do the tricky things and they die. Like, can you tell me where I went wrong? Like, because all I did was continuously miss all the boost pads and do nothing tricky. Two boost pads in a row. But I don't think I ever did hit two boost pads in a row. Oh, wait, which part? Oh, like I purposely missed most boost pads. They die a lot more. But do they die because... Yeah, but they die doing what? Kinda just hovered the whole map. I didn't, like, go anywhere near anything that could kill me. The ceiling part? Alright, I'll throw in a death next time. Or I'll take it even safer so there's no way they could die. Okay, pedal jumper 1. I don't know. When do they learn to drift? We're in Platinum. Like, can I do a little bit of drifting? I'm just gonna drive in straight lines for a bit. Maybe one baby drift. Like, not enough to even get us like any speed at all. Yeah, but I didn't even take the first green boots pad, so it should be allowed. Okay, they're doing little bits of drift. I don't know. Still feels like drifting's cheating in Platinum. Maybe we'll do like a drift here. Like, do they drift here? Yeah, they drift. Do like a drift. And just because they don't do the shortcut does not mean they can't. Like, I'm doing it without the airflows, right? All you do is just hover your button. Yeah, not dying is more important than anything else. Just do some, like, tiny little baby drifts. That's it. only the littlest of baby drifts. Anything more than that feels like it's cheating for Platinum. Oh, he's fast! Baby drift. I think he's got us. Oh, we still almost took it. But anyway, we're playing Puddle Jumper 1 with basically not drifting, and it's literally only a drift map. So, I mean, I'm confident that if they're in Platinum and they can't climb, they should be able to do what I do, which is just save your turbos, and then do the 2 shortcuts I take. Like, if you can drift on top of that, yeah, you'll absolutely crush. If you can't, well, that's fine. You still crush. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, you're right, Louis. I wish I had a lot more video of people in Plat, or Gold, or Diamond, because people do get stuck in Plat, and I'd like to be able to like really hone into why they get stuck in like these ranks. I mean, it's definitely one thing that, like, if your goal's Unreal, doing some of the trickier things is worth. You'll climb slower, but you need that practice anyways. But if your goal is like incremental, like I want to get to Elite, now when I'm an Elite, I want to get to Champion. Like, you can do it bit by bit and do different routes accordingly. What's this? Airborne 1? Again, so we have to be able to do at least a little bit of baby drifting. We're in Platinum. It's a drift map. You can give them some credit, right? Maybe. I don't know when it's allowed. I mean, the whole point is we're doing what the bare minimum person at this rank can do. So let's see what they do. They all drive in a straight line. Okay. They should be able to do one small baby drift, right? They hit this. And I think you should be able to drift around here. Like, yeah. And we'll just drive in a straight line. Anything above straight lines is maybe a bit too tricky for Platinum. Yeah, they got like small drifts there. We're gonna not take the shortcut. We're gonna drift around here instead. They should all be able to... Okay, they're bumping into the walls and stuff. Let's do that too. Small baby drift. One more small baby drift right here. Small baby drift. We're only touching it for like a split second. Getting basically nothing. This is the only turn that we gotta actually drift because it's giant. Like, you're so far away from the walls, it's crazy. We're gonna not drift there. It seemed a little bit complicated. Some of them didn't do it. And we use a turbo. Small baby drift. Small baby drift. That's all we're doing. Nothing hard. No side flip drift in here. Do one drift around here because it's so big there's literally no walls to crash on. We're going to end with basically a full turbo. And there we go. There's pretty well nothing we did, right? We just kind of drove mostly in a straight line except for 2 spots that we did some drifting. Seems pretty, like, I don't know. I don't know how to make it less mechanical. Like, they could all do that, for sure. We just didn't drift. Except for one giant turn where there's no walls around. It's so wide. Yeah, the drafting's pretty relevant, because if you're just driving in a straight line behind people, you get some speed. Your video recording starts at plot 2? That'll actually be really useful, Louis. I wouldn't mind seeing that at some point. Because, like, it's hard to believe that I'm doing anything that the other people can't do at this rank, right? Like, we're doing nothing. We're just driving in a straight line for like 80% of it. All we're doing is saving our turbos. So, like, the second and third lap. And saving the turbos is good enough, it seems, for... I wouldn't be surprised until it gets us to about diamond. But by diamond, maybe we're allowed to do slightly more mechanics. I've seen diamond people like do things. Like we watched on K2, a dude drifted and side flipped over the lava walls there. Like people know what's up, kinda. But we'll keep it as simple as possible. 1 minute queue. What is going on? Is the game that dead? All right, there we go. All right. I still need to start recording the next part of my roots guide as well. I really hope that helps. I'm not sure how much it will help people though or not. Because like some of the roots are pretty complicated. Does it look like what I do, Louis? Just kind of drive in a straight line? Okay, so they definitely can't do the shortcut on this map. So much. I'm driving in a straight line. What do you mean better? Like I'm gonna start this race not using my left hand. Like no analog stick to move. Drifting so hard. Yeah, just not drifting seems to be faster than that, which is funny. I still haven't moved my analog stick, by the way. Still haven't. Alright, now we'll do one drift, because everyone here seems to be able to drift since gold. We're going to assume they can't drift the other way yet. We're going to assume they can't hit any boost pads, even though it's platinum. We're going to assume they can't sneak any drifts here. In the tunnel, we are going to assume that they can do a drift, because they do. That's it. They don't know how to airfloat down, so we're just going to float in the air. And again, straight lines. All we're doing is literally driving in a straight line. We don't even have our hand on the left analog controller. Still don't. One single drift. Straight lines. I can't literally get less mechanical than skipping all the boost pads and driving in a straight line. Is this too mechanical? One drift in the tunnel and that's it? And then again, we're back to straight lines. No air flipping, we don't know how to air flip down. We're just literally driving in a straight line. Straight line tech is OP. And then we saved our turbos for the end. This one section feels like it's fine to drift because again, people were doing that since gold. Like it's a huge turn. You have to drift it. But we're not like chain drifting or anything fancy. We're not picking up any of these boost pads. We're not doing any shortcuts. Honestly, if we just drifted a little bit more, we'd have a full extra turbo. But we can't do that because we don't know how to drift. And there you go, straight line tech is OP. 5 seconds faster. for like not using my left hand to like move my analog stick for like 80% of it. Yeah, I'm just going AFK for like 3/4 of the race. Just holding down drive. Not changing directions, not drifting, not hitting boost pads, not doing anything. Like, there's no way that's not like the least mechanical you can be. I'm pretty positive I could have raced that with my feet. Yeah, I definitely could have. That's how little inputs it needs. Because you don't really need to learn to drift until... Like, in my opinion, like, really learning to drift doesn't happen until you're, like, top 500 in real, not gonna lie. But, like, mostly learning to drift, I think, happens at about Elite. Like, where they realize it's kind of a thing. I think in Diamond they don't really drift still. Like, same with Plat. Like, they just... I don't know. So you don't really need to drift. Maybe I'll have to do a series where I unbind the drift button, see what rank I can get. I think that would be pretty depressing for a lot of people, though. I got Unreal with no drifting. So again, we're just gonna drive in straight lines, kind of float, so we don't know how to drift. Here we're gonna drift, but like we have to. We're gonna drive on the coals because we did that too clean. And honestly, Louis, like, fine, I'll do it without holding the drift. We're gonna do one baby drift, and then turbo. We're gonna crash into walls, hit lava, do everything that like flat people do. Hit all the lava. Maybe that's too mechanical, hitting that boost pad. I don't know. They all drift up here, so we can pretty safely drift there. They all drift here. They all drift here. Those aren't particularly... Oh, maybe they are. I saw that guy crash into the thing, so I still did it. Oops. Don't even take the routes that they take. Small little baby drift. Honestly, we're gonna say that the outpost is too hard, and we're gonna drive on the coals and mess up our drifting instead. How about that? This all seem reasonable mechanics for drifting? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a little bit overkill to smash on every single drift, but we even skip the shortcut. One small drift, and then turbo. Again, we're going to assume that we can't do the outpost, so we're not even going to try. We're going to drive on the coals instead. We're going to hit lava. I don't know. The performance through the post-outpost curves feel quite accurate? Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm hitting the walls, hitting the lava, hitting the side of the road. It's still perfectly fine. We didn't do any of the shortcuts. Yeah. I don't think we can get much less mechanical than that. And they're definitely not messing up on every single drift. Like, we're intentionally crashing on every single one. Alright, it's been going pretty smooth so far. I don't know what rank they can, like... Yeah, I don't know. I guess we just kind of have to see what the people ahead of us are doing. We out here crushing... Turn up the drinks. Well, I don't know. Like... Okay, this map should be really easy with low mechanics. Just with the knowledge of shortcuts. So, we're not gonna, like, do anything fancy. We're just hovering in the air over to it. We just know it exists. We're not drifting, holding it, side flipping, none of that. We're just floating in the air. We didn't hit all the boost pads. We didn't flip down into them. What are the mechanics? Well, so far I'm barely using drift. I haven't used drift once this time. I'll drift around here because if I didn't even press the drift button. The game literally drifts you with how sharp of a turn it is, so even if I hit it unbound, it's going to use it. So I can't not do it. We're mostly just hovering the whole map here. No drifting. Just floating. No air flips. No drifting. We missed the boost pads because we don't know how to air flip down. Like, this whole map we've done without drifting. Like, here, I'm not going to press the drift button. That's just the game literally forcing me to drift. I can't be less mechanical. The game won't let me. So all we're doing is basically floating, hovering the whole map. I got no drift button bound. We're just aware this shortcut exists, which is just float and hover into it. Like, you could definitely float and hover into it. Again, we're gonna miss most of these boost pads because we can't flip down. No, I'm not even using baby drifts on this map. I'm doing nothing. We're gonna crash into walls. I literally didn't use the drift button a single time in that race. How will I complete the Olympus spot? Oh, we're not always doing no drifting at all. Like, in the sections that it's like huge drift angles where every single person in my lobby will drift, we'll do it. We'll often smash into the side of the walls, or, yeah, as Louis said. The goal is to do the same mechanics or significantly worse than what people have at each rank to get to Unreal. So the mechanics will scale with the skill level of the lobbies. Like, by champion, I'm going to do some drifting, obviously. Like, some air flips. But I'm not going to, like, hit them with the mirror drifting, or the meg flips, or the, you know, anything side flip realignments, like, while drifting. None of the, like, real crazy things. Just, like, mechanics that you would have got at Elite or High Diamond. And don't get me wrong, this will be slightly tricky. Oh my gosh, back to back. Okay. So again, we're going to do this never pressing the drift button. Or you know what, let's do one single small baby drift, assuming that they can do it at any point during the entire race. Like, let's give them a little bit of credit. I don't know where we want to sneak that in, but... Again, so we missed it there because we don't know how to down flip down. We don't know how to air flip at all. We have no mechanics. Basically, we have straight line tech and that's it. We're just floating through the whole map. Float, float, float. Maybe we won't sneak in the baby drift. I don't know. Oh, that's too tricky. But again, we don't flip down onto those. We don't do anything. More bonk tech. I'm driving in straight lines. Where am I supposed to bonk onto? What am I bonking into here? Oh, hit the lava? Sure. Oh no! There. Is that bonk? Like, what is there to bonk onto? I'm driving in a straight line. I'm in the air, just hovering. Like, there's nothing to bonk. We're just driving in straight lines. Except for that one drift where the game basically forces you to drift. There's nothing to bonk on. We're not near the track. It's definitely a map that I think even in Diamond we could probably win with minimal drifting. Yeah. I think it's in Diamond where people start to learn something. But just saving your turbos, knowing where to turbo. Like, yeah, winning with knowledge is as good as winning with mechanics. Do you think this counts as smurfing? I always wonder, like when I did the no turbo, or this one. I don't know if the benefits of helping people outweigh the negatives of smurfing? Yeah, I did do Olympus. I've done Olympus a couple times. Oh, what's this? Windy Way? Windy Way's a little tricky. Actually, no, it should be pretty easy, right? Because I don't think they know where the shortcut spots are on Windy Way. So we're gonna not drift as much as possible. I think there's one section we're basically forced to, which is right near the end. The section right there that you can see in the background. We kind of have to. The game will force us to drift even if it wasn't bound. But besides that, I don't know. I guess we'll see if they drift at the very first section here or not. If they do, we'll do that. But if not, we won't. Do you drift here? Yeah, they do a small drift. We'll do a small baby drift. And then all we're going to do is float in the air. Because we don't know how to drift. Straight line tech's OP. Here we're going to, look at, like, this is clearly a giant turn. And then we're just going to float across. We don't know how to drift. We're only, like, you know, getting to Platinum 2. This section we have to. Like, we'll take it really wide, really awkward, something like that. And then we'll just turbo. But in general, straight line tech's pretty OP in this rank. Do one drift, that's it. All we're doing is flying. My hand is off the controller currently, except for the acceleration button. Drift like they do, and then turbo. I mean, I don't think I can make this less mechanical, can I? Like, drift around, take it super wide, because we don't know how to drift. Literally just holding the drive button down, and then like drifting in like 2 spots. Just floating the rest of the map. Maybe we'll do one baby drift here, just to be like, hey, I remember drifting's a thing. But in general, we're just drifting around the big, obvious areas that are supposed to be for drifting. And again, we can't drift. Here, your game literally will force you to drift, so we'll take it again really wide, very unmechanical, and then just turbo. We're not going to get that boost pad, because it's a little bit mechanical to hit it. You want to review it? Yeah. I mean, we got a 231, which is about 25 seconds slower than my usual. I think it's just as simple as they don't use turbos in those 2 spots, Louis. Because that's all I did. And trust me, they're building way more drift than I'm building. Like, if they're going through the tunnel, or on top of the tunnel, that's way faster. I'm just hovering instead, because you can't mess up hovering. You're just in the air. You have, like, all the range around you. Alright, last game before Plat 2. Definitely hovered over the first tick curve. You did boost? Alright, we got it again. So again, we're gonna just not really drift anywhere except for like the spots that every single person in the entire lobby will do. And even then, we're gonna do less than that. Straight line. So they all drift there. That's the one spot they'll drift. They will also drift in the tunnels, building a lot of turbo. But instead, we're just going to awkwardly hover, because some people do, like that guy. Where'd he go? How'd he die? I don't get it. So straight line tech, we're just driving in a straight line. One section we drift. Okay, maybe we should be driving on the poles or something, because... And then we just kind of hover this. And again, back to straight line. We're doing nothing. Here we're going to drift it, but we're going to take it super wide because we don't know how to drift. And then we use our turbo. And again, we're back to straight lines. Literally straight lines. One single drift. And we're just hovering in the air. Yeah, straight lines is a little bit overpowered at this rank, because I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's anything to it. I guess it's just knowing the 2 spots to turbo is legitimately enough. Because there's nothing I can screw up on, right? Like, no matter how hard I screw this up. There we go. We screwed it up basically as much as we humanly possibly could have. Massive time losses. You're sorry for spamming me? That's okay. Do one small baby drift. And then again, this is the one section we're allowed to drift at. That isn't like the game forcing you to. Because obviously this section here, it's basically... Yeah, I remember you. And then we'll drift as wide as possible, doing basically nothing. And then just turbo to the end. And that's all it takes. Like, we intentionally messed up. We didn't use drifts. We didn't do anything. And it's still 2 seconds faster than everyone at this rank. We're getting to Unreal with basically no mechanics. So we're starting with minimal, basically no drifting unless every single person in the lobby would drift at that spot. And even then, a lot of those spots we're still not drifting because... Or if we do drift, we'll like smash into walls, drive through lava. You know, the whole point is we're getting to Unreal with the least amount of mechanics or skill at your rank. Like if you're plat, you should be able to do every single thing I do and easily get the rank. It's just knowing the spots to turbo, knowing the routes to take, etc. More important than, I don't know, anything else in the lobby that people are doing, I guess. So Airborne, it's a little bit tricky. It's a very drift-heavy map. So we're going to sneak in just the tiniest of little drifts. Except for the one section that's really wide that's basically impossible to crash on. So one small drift here, and that's about it. And then this is the section that's basically impossible to crash on. It's so wide that we could just do this. And we're going to go back to our straight line tech. The straight lines are overpowered. We're doing it. Super exciting. And again, this is pretty big, so we could drift around it. There's no real walls anywhere near us. We'll do one small drift here like we did on the first lap. That's about it. You know, areas where there's lots of space, lots of time. No real place to crash. Like, look how far away the sides of the map are. Okay, he still crashed, so we're gonna crash anyways. Apparently they find a way. If there's a will, there's a way. And then we're gonna take the aerial shortcut here. And again, that drops us up to pretty well competing with them again. One small drift, that's all we're doing, and then hitting the pads. One drift through here. We don't know how to chain drift, we barely know how to drift at all, so we're not doing any of that. Maybe a baby drift here. Crash into the wall because it's a little bit tricky to control all that speed, you know. And there you go. Second. Yeah, I have to play a lot of games to get Unreal. Yep. That's hopefully a useful series to see that anyone at the rank that they're at can easily do what we're doing and still climb, because we're basically just driving in straight lines and that's enough to fly through the ranks. Beginner maps are a little bit trickier because they're so drift heavy that, and we don't want to drift because drifting is a mechanic. We don't really like mechanics on this account. We're out here just winning with game knowledge, good routes, and just the bare minimums of what we're allowed to do. I think a thing holding a lot of people back is dying. If they just do privates, they can get very high. I mean, that doesn't... Sure, Adam, but if they don't know their routes or what they're doing wrong, doing privates doesn't do anything. So again, we'll probably race this one without the drift button. We don't know air flips, we're very unmechanical, we're just going to hover. We don't know how to air flip down here, so we're not going to. We're just hovering. Straight lines, straight lines, straight lines. We still haven't drifted. The game's going to literally force us to drift here because it's such a sharp turn. But that's about it. That's the only place we're really going to drift. We're just going to hover most of the map in the air. We don't need to drive on the track. There's nothing to crash on in the air if we're just hovering in the air. We can't die because there's literally nothing around us. We're not air flipping down to try to hit those. We just hit them if we hit them. If we don't, we don't. And again, we're just driving in straight lines. And again, this is me not using the drift button. That was the game just drifting me. I literally didn't even hit it. So all we're doing is floating around. Nice and soft. Nothing to crash on if we're in the air. In my opinion, Adam, legitimately horrible advice. Telling people to try the world record lines sub Unreal is crazy. Like, it's crazy. We're gonna end up with an extra turbo, but you know, we don't really seem to need it. We didn't do any drifting anywhere. We just kind of floated around. Yeah, like, what do you mean? The routes are super mechanical. If they had those mechanics, they'd already be Unreal. Alright, so we did that without the drift button. With a full turbo. I mean, so have I, Adam. I have a whole series about it. I miss at least one boost pad per lap, but sure, I can miss. I mean, but is there a reason I need to miss them? I mean, I can miss them, sure. Yeah, maybe I'm a bit too accurate, you're saying. But I'm not drifting or air flipping. Yeah, I know, but I think it's just because they don't know any of the routes. I think it's just that, right? But I mean, we'll skip the boost pads next time. That's fair. We're going to time our boost slightly around there so that we're a little bit more in line with other people with the ability. Driving a straight line because no one knows how to drift. Here they all do know how to drift, right? So we should be able to drift. We're going to assume they don't know how to drift in this section until about here. Yeah, these long, windy spots, like we can see them drive over the coals, so we're going to do that too. Maybe only the things they're doing. Except for right here, all you have to do is press jump. There's no other buttons besides that, so it's not that mechanical. Like, once you're in the straightaway, all you have to do is press jump, and you're good to go. We're not going to drift on any of these tubes. That might be a little bit tricky for some people. And then we saved our turbos in the first lap, and we drift across. And we line up for these pads. We're not drifting them. We're not air flipping down. Here again, everyone knows how to drift once, so we feel comfortable doing that. And then we'll just turbo across. We're not drifting until we get close to the top. We're a bit too bad to be able to drift proper. But again, all these large drift sections, like we could like try to crash into the wall or something. Like maybe flat players do this, but in general, there's not too much to it. So again, all you do is press jump and then lean back on your car. There's no other mechanics. We're not hovering, we're not flipping, we're doing none of that. Minimal drifting, minimal anything. You're just kind of going in a straight line for as much as possible. Big bump into the walls? Okay, I'll bump into more walls. There you go. I can't, Louis? There's all your wall bumps. We're drifting at the level of thoughts. There you go. I bumped into them all. Again, all you have to do, press jump. No thrusters, no anything, no down flips. Just press it, and then we just drive in a straight line. We attach to the wall, we jump off. We're not even going to use one of our turbos because, honestly, I don't know. We'll handicap ourselves even more so we're less mechanical, I guess. But maybe we drifted too well earlier in the race or something. Or maybe we didn't get a death we should have got. And that makes up the time difference. There you go. Minimal drifting. Nothing tricky. Mostly straight lines while we can. Not a single chain drift. Yeah. Just knowing the knowledge of the routes is very useful. Any of the shortcuts that are a bit mechanical, I'm skipping for now. I think in Diamond we should be able to hold a drift in the air. Because again, it's literally as mechanical as just hold a button while you're floating in the air. But that's it. For all you people silently watching, by the way, least you can do, hit that thumbs up button so the algorithm likes us a little bit more. Series is out here trying to help people out. Okay, windy way. Do we just continue on with the same route we've been doing? Minimal drifting? Straight line tech. One single drift, not even that long. And then we just kind of float in the air. And again, straight line tech. We're doing it. Look at us go. One single drift where we'll bump into the wall. Because apparently, mid-plat, they still bump into the wall every single time they drift, so we have to do that. We can drift here. We don't take it as tight as that guy, because we're not good. We're low mechanical. We turbo across. Straight line tech. One single drift. Not even a super long one. We just float in the air. Nothing for us to crash on. We literally can't die up here. Can't die here either, because we're going in a straight line. Use the turbos on the two shortcuts. Well, two long aerial gaps, I should say. Again, we drift. We take it wide because we don't know how to take it good. That guy was coming after me. Did you see that? I hired a hitman there to trace me down. One drift. Float in the air. Nothing for us to die over here. Just in the air. Floating. Maybe we'll do one small baby drift. Then we turbo across. Very unmechanical. Nothing to the route. Mostly just driving in straight lines. Here, just stay in the middle. You can't crash if you're in the middle, if you're nowhere near any possible object. Save the turbo for the end. And we're good to go. You got 318 with the same rig. I think Plat 2 used to be worse though, right? I think Plat 2 is a lot better than it used to be. So that map really comes down to saving your turbos for the two main important turbo sections. If you do that, I think you just come first. Alright, on to the next map. Oh, this is our first festivals too. Unfortunately for us, I mean, fortunately, don't get me wrong. They patched the death respawn. So it's great they patched it, but it also means we can't use it to get free firsts and cheat unmechanically. We missed the boost pad. We missed the second boost pad. We're just gonna jump over everything. We're gonna drift when they're not near the lava. That's it. Small baby drift. That's all we're capable of. We're just gonna hover on the left-hand side here. Hit some lava. You know, we're not mechanical. It's okay. We don't know how to drift. We come over here, try to hit this boost pad. We didn't even air flip into it. We missed that drift pad. We missed that one. Again. We're just gonna jump over everything. Low mechanics. One single drift. And just hover through here. We hit lava intentionally. We're not drifting. Not enough room here. We don't feel comfortable. Just driving. Kind of floating in the air. When you're in the air, you have a lot more maneuverability. We're gonna hit some lava. You know, stuff like that. It's all good. Small little drifts. Turbo through the waterfall. Maybe we sneak in one small little drift and that's about it. That's all we feel comfortable with. Over here. We're staying in the air. While you're in the air, you have a lot of maneuverability. We're gonna hit the lava anyways, just to prove that it doesn't matter. So we hit the lava on 2 of the 3 laps. Didn't really drift anywhere. We basically just avoided the track, is the main goal. If you avoid the track, you can't really die on the track. And again, we didn't use any air flips. We barely used any drifts. We missed basically every boost pad on purpose. Hit lava on purpose. I think that should be doable. The one trick I did is just taking the waterfall and skipping the big turn with all the lava so that we don't hit the lava. Good teams stick together, great teams work together. Well, I don't think that's a very useful ping for, a very useful message for this game. Like, okay, drivers number 2 and 3, you take out number 4 so that I can get it first. Okay, what defines as mechanical on this? Okay, we gotta, I don't know. This is a real tough one. This is our first time we've got this one. Let's just skip all of that and do like one drift and one drift into the wall, and then we're just gonna take those 2. Like, I don't know what's considered mechanical or not. I don't know, like just driving in a straight line mechanical? Like, is any of this mechanical? Like, I'm trying to skip all the boost pads because maybe that's mechanical. What counts? Notion of drifts? I mean, like, I am. I drove into the wall. I'm just gonna drive on the ground. Ah. Drive through the lava. Oh, we missed those. Oh, we missed those too. We died. Like, I don't know a level of mechanics. I mean, I shouldn't be dying. I'm not like doing anything risky. Like, they're easily able to. Well, I guess maybe not. This guy didn't. So maybe this is the mechanics we're at. Straight line. Hit the lava. We're not doing any flips, we're just driving on the ground. We missed one because we're super unmechanical. We can't line up straight. We're not even bothering to take any of those. We're just floating over the whole map. We somehow missed that one. We miss everything. We're panicking. We don't know what we're doing. We're just gonna drive on the ground. I mean, just because you're trying to do it, though, doesn't mean you have to. That's my whole point. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to imitate a plat player. I'm trying to imitate what a plat player can do. A plat player can just not do those. And just drive straight. Driving straight is enough. Like, skipping most of the boost pads is plenty fine. I agree. I think that's where a lot of people end up not climbing is because they die too much, or they die too much. Just doing safe routes that are consistent. Consistency is how you climb. What you can consistently do improves your skill. But if you can only consistently not flip and just drive in a straight line, well, that's still good enough. You see at this rank, but we'll see where I get to. Alright. Hopefully it helps people. I'm gonna bump into the wall. Does that seem fair? They can bump into the wall. They're all drifting, but, you know, we're gonna say we're not good enough to do that. Maybe we'll do, like, one small drift? Like, the small drifts are pretty hard to mess up, right? You only hold them for, like, a tenth of a second. I'm trying to get to the wall. They were literally gatekeeping me from the wall. I couldn't even crash. They wouldn't let me. Straight line tech. We don't know what drifting is very much. We do know how to hover, though. Again, one small baby drift. Maybe one small baby drift. That's about all we know. We'll try to smash into the wall again here. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Does that count? I think it counts. Okay, he's done that all 3 laps. We're gonna do it once. Alright. I mean, we crash into a wall every single time we drift more than like a quarter of a second. And we're still not like chain drifting or drifting in most of the areas that even they are. I guess we should go back to lobby. Alright, on to the next one. Yeah, the series kind of reminds me of like those getting SSL with no mechanics stuff I've seen in Rocket League. Okay, what do we do about this map? I'm kind of always torn. Like, how can we not drift? Like, the first turn, We're gonna not drift. We're just gonna hover, because the hover is really easy to do. All you do is literally just float in the air near the rocks. Here, I don't know, like, we just drive on the coals, or like, what do we do? Like, oh, like that's what they look like, right? We're just gonna try to drive on the coals and bump into the walls as much as possible. Like, I don't think we did a single one so far that we haven't bumped into a wall. Like, I don't think we can be like handicapping ourselves much more than this. Like, especially when they are drifting this perfectly fine. Like, if you look at them, they're not like crashing in the wall every time. Like, we still will. Because we need to. I don't know, did I do that unmechanically enough? Like, I literally just held the drift button and then didn't stop holding it as I crashed into walls on repeat. That seems like it's gotta fit. I just don't know how it's like faster then. I think it's maybe the spot shoot turbo. Maybe they're turboing into like walls and dying. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing that's any faster. At least the matches are pretty fast. This is probably like negative practice for my main, by the way. Just like practicing driving into walls. Yeah, I know. I just don't know where the skill gap is. I mean, sometimes it just might be they don't know a route, like a shortcut or something, like an easy one that they could do. They just don't know. Alright, last time we like missed as we really tried to handicap ourselves last time on this map. There we go. It's not bad enough, like small little drifts. Or no drifts at all. We missed that pad on purpose so that, you know, we can't assume they're going to hit them all every single time. I don't know, like we're trying to do it as sloppy as possible. Feels pretty sloppy. Like, there we go. We missed all three again. I don't know, we missed the pads like as many as possible. Like, we often missed the third one on the tube. We didn't drift the tube very much. The three at the start that are some of the biggest time saves in the entire game. I think we missed them 2 out of the 3 laps. Yeah, I think it's just saving the turbos. Yeah. It's hard for me to pinpoint if there's anyone that's in plat that like would watch this and be like, oh, I couldn't do that. And I don't think that's the case yet. Yeah, like the one that on that main section, I just held the drift button down, crashed into the wall. Because I don't expect them to be able to hold a long drift without a downside, but they can definitely hold a long drift and just keep holding it and crash into a wall like I do. Like, it's not that bad. Okay, I'm gonna try a new route on this map. I'm on lap 1. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be great. Yeah, I'm thinking about flying right there to start. Skipping the track. What do you think? Can I create a flat average time channel? Yeah. Yeah, that was not mechanical. All we did was float a little bit. All we're doing is just floating. Tiniest little baby drift. That's about all we're doing. We're just staying in the air. In the air, you can easily move side to side. It's a lot harder to get hit by lava. That was pure luck, not mechanics. Yeah, straight line tech. Tiniest little drift because we have a little bit of space. But again, if we're in the air, it's pretty hard to hit lava in the air because you have like full 3D maneuverability. Small little baby drifts. Okay, we're gonna drift and hit lava so that we get a turbo. And then we're gonna assume we can't control the turbo, so we hit a bunch of lava off of it. Yeah, as I'm saying, I'm just kind of floating around the track, like in the air, where there's nothing really to hit. That's kind of enough to win. We're not really drifting, we're not really doing anything, we're just floating. I'm just gonna go get some water. Be right back in 30 seconds here.
Although it's over now, don't let it get you down. We'll be back around. For now we can feel some sorrow. A new day.
Alright, we're back.
Tomorrow we'll wake up, new dreams to follow. A new goal and brand new motto. One last time, let's live for something.
The turbo into lava pot is accurate for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, we had a drift, get a little bit of turbo. So if we do, we're probably going to hit lava. And then if we do get it, we probably need to hit lava. I figure it's in line with what they would do. Alright, we're back at it again. Again, our trick for festivals too is just to not race the map. Small little drifts. That's it. That's all we're doing. And we're just floating around. Small little baby drifts. No more than like a millimeter. And then again, we just float in the air. Floating in the air really gives you a ton of maneuverability. Woo! Small little drifts around the things. That's about it. That's all we're doing. Yeah, I know. Any flat player should be able to emulate this. All I'm doing is basically floating in the air. Like, there's enough room to do it. Like a much, much bigger drift than that. And I believe they could. But yeah, all we're doing is floating around. If we can drop down and hit that, it's good. We'll miss the other one just because, you know, we don't want to completely... Oh, we can drive on the ground here? Cool. Learn something from that guy. Alright. We're just going to float. We're going to wait to use our turbo until we're lined up at the finish line. There's a straight line. Can't hit the lava if there's like literally no lava between you and it. Lose a good chunk of the turbo advantage, but... yeah, I mean, all we do is basically not drift. And then not be on the track. And, I don't know, that's good enough. I wonder how much faster diamond times are. I'm gonna make that plat. Yeah, I made the platinum channel. Oh wait, why is it there twice? I don't think I made it twice. Oh, there we go. Alright, on to the next one. Okay, can they side flip and hit these pads at the start? Okay, that seems like something they should be able to do at this point. Or at least get one of them. We'll skip the first one. We'll assume we don't have the mechanics to get that one, but now we've got time to think. Yeah. One small drift. And then we're just going to drift and hit this wall a bunch of times. Or at least once. And then just drive in a straight line here. And we're not going to flip up for the pads there. We bounce off the ground because we don't know how to flip down. We're just kind of driving in a straight line. We try to flip up, we miss them because our reaction time's too slow. Here, again, we need time to think, so we wait. Where's my music? There we go. We're just going to drift, holding the drift button down until we smash into the wall. We only get one of these because we don't know how to get more than that. And then we don't go for the ceiling, we just drive on the ground. Literally in a straight line. We're going to miss these because we don't know how to hit anything. All we do is float in the air. Like, kind of nothing mechanical at all. We're not even going to sneak the extra drift in here. We're just going to do the one, bumping into the wall each time because we still don't know how to drift at this rink. And then we're just going to drive in a straight line again in turbo. What's going on? I'm doing Climb to Unreal with basically no mechanics. Basically no drifting, missing every pad. Basically at basically the rank of the people that I'm playing at, and simulating what they can do mechanically. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm missing a bunch of the pads. Like that's 5 seconds faster, but all we did is I don't know. I intentionally missed most of the pads. I don't know, Bernie. We've beat several maps at the I think we'll get to diamond with minimal drifting, minimal air flips, minimal anything. Our goal is just to do whatever they could do at this map. We need to hit lava more. We drove through the lava twice. There's not that much lava. Alright, we'll drive through more lava. We'll find lava to drive through. Every single time we drifted into the side of the road on repeat. Yeah, I hovered over the lava. Like, why can't they hover? Hovering's easy. All you have to do is not be on the ground. Not being on the ground seems easy. So again, we're going to try to do this with this little drifting. Just driving. We don't know how to drift. We're not any good at this game. We bump off walls. So we haven't drifted yet. We're gonna hover really high so we can kind of line up with this. It's not too hard. I mean, like, we can sneak in a small one if we want. Like, you know, they're obviously drifting. They know how to drift. Like, we can do, like, baby little drifts occasionally. But again, we assume they don't know how to air flip yet, so we're just going to drive on the road. It's right in the name. Yeah, I mean, like, we'll do a little bit of drifting maybe on the end here, just to, like, saying they can't do any drifting is definitely not true at Platinum. Like, there, we drifted and crashed into a wall a couple times. We'll drift and crash into this wall too. There. We assume that when they do drift, they crash. How about that? I don't know. That's pretty low mechanics. Yeah, Bernie, you bet I couldn't get to Elite with no turbos too. How'd that work out? Well, yeah, I'm not going to play like this in Champ. In Champ, I assume they can do a little bit more. The whole point of the series is to do what they can do at this rank, except less mechanical than what they can do. So anyone at this rank should be able to do what I'm doing in the videos. That's the goal, Bernie. You take any player. Playing too real? Too well. But there's nothing I'm doing that they can't do. That's the whole point. What did I do in that map that other people couldn't do? Drive in a straight line? Hover the 2 shortcuts that I did? That's it. The whole point is whatever rank I'm at, I'm playing less mechanical than they're playing and still able to climb. Showing that they don't need mechanics to climb. Exactly, it's exactly what it is, Bernie. So I'm showing that game knowledge is just as important as mechanics. Like this map, we basically drive in a straight line non-stop and it's enough to get us first. I think we only drift at 2 spots because literally everyone since low gold was drifting in those spots. We're just going to drive in a straight line. We don't even have our hand on the analog stick. Straight line tech is OP. But right here, they always do one drift. Every single one of them there will do a drift. But that's it. That's all we're doing. We're not hitting any of these boost pads. That's too mechanical. We're not taking the shortcut. That's too mechanical. We're going to do one drift here because the tunnel is literally turning that direction, and they also do drift there. We don't know how to air flip down, so we hit the ceiling. Like, look at them. They're sneaking in drifts and stuff. They just don't know the bottom path's faster. Oh yeah? Look at him. There's proof, Bernie. Slammed on my brakes just so you could see that they're doing it. They all do it. Alright, slamming on the brakes was a little bit of a hindrance for us. We won't even drift it then for Bernie's sake. Guy's gonna complain that it's too mechanical. We just won't even drift. Again, Bernie, it's not that they don't know how to do it. I think you're missing the point. The goal isn't to do things that they're not that they don't know how. It's that we're doing things that they can do. You're saying if they knew about air pitch, they wouldn't be able to do it? It's not that they can't do it, it's just they don't know about it. We're winning with knowledge, just like they don't know some shortcuts. They absolutely can hold back on their joystick to float in the air. They don't know that until about Diamond. But if they knew about it, they definitely mechanically can hold back on the thing and float. Like, we're not doing like side flipping or like basically any air flipping that they're not easily doing. Yeah, exactly. Like, as soon as you know that you can tilt your car, it's real easy to tilt your car. You just do it. You're like, oh, well, that's cool to know. You can just float in the air longer. I'm not trying. Again, I think you're missing the whole point, Bernie. I'm not trying to do an accurate climb. I'm not trying to be a bronze player or be a gold player. I'm trying to do, if you are plat and you watch the stream, could you replicate it? The answer is yes. If you know that you can tilt down on your car, you can, in fact, just float. Floating isn't hard. It's not mechanical. Same with here. All you have to do is float in the air. I'm not telling you you need to air flip or anything. Just float. And like, we'll do a little bit of drifting. Don't get me wrong, like, they will drift. Especially on like a map like Puddle Jumper 1. We have to. But they can float here. We'll do like, you know, like a baby drift or something. Or drift into the wall. Something like that. Like, they can definitely drift into a wall. And they can jump and take that shortcut. Nothing's stopping them from doing it. It's not even slightly mechanical. Mostly we're just driving in straight lines, though. Straight lines is good enough to seem to get Diamond. Again, we'll do like a baby drift, and then again, we'll just drift into the wall. I'm sure they can accidentally drift into a wall. Me doing educational content hits different. Again, all I'm doing is, for most of the maps up to Diamond, it's just floating around. Like here, we'll drive through the lava to be a little bit more representative. Like, oh no, we didn't notice the giant lava in front of us. That's okay. And we just save a turbo to the end. Now, I know it's faster, but like I'm saying, they obviously know how to drift going up into Diamond. Like, I'm just saying, like, if I do it, I'm gonna make mistakes. Like, they can easily do that without crashing in the wall every single time they do. But if they do, it's still perfectly fine. Yeah, the goal is whatever rank you're at when you watch, you go, what the heck, I could do that. Alright, sounds good. Have a good one. I'm gonna get to Diamond and then I'm gonna hop off. We'll do it like we did with the no turbos, where we break it up into a few different streams. Olympus has seemed like, so Louis, you tell me what I need to do to be handicapping myself more on this one, because I just kind of drive in a straight line. Probably just to Unreal for this account. So they all can drift right here. I'll hold it less than they normally hold it. Well, yeah, but most people's goal is just Unreal. Like, I'm just saying that if they can get Unreal. Again, every single person there drifts. Every single person here drifts this. We'll drift into the lava in walls because, you know, we're not mechanically advanced. And as I said a few times in Olympus, all you have to do is press the jump button. One single press of the jump button. Nothing else is to it. You don't have to flip, you don't have to do anything. Obviously I need a side flip there because you literally have to. But again, they're all drifting. We're not going to drift. Drifting's a little bit mechanical. I know we're getting to Diamond, but yeah, I agree, Bernie, but this isn't really a thing that I want to try to get as high ranked as possibly. Yeah, saying what No Mechanics at rank 2000 Unreal is kind of hard to judge. Versus I could say easily what Champion is. We're gonna skip the drift on this one because... But I mean, can they not hairpin turn into the wall a bunch of times? Bunk into the wall. I do bump into the wall though, don't I? Okay, we're bonking. Alright, then how about this? We won't even drift when we're past them. Like, we waited till we were past them to start drifting, so we came up to the... Yeah, here we go. Bonk. Like, look at them go compared to, like, what I'm doing. I'm just saying. Like, they all drift that perfectly fine. Yeah, proper routes, exactly. But that's what my whole point is. I'm not doing necessarily the proper routes here, Bernie. I'm just doing easy, replicable routes. Anyone can do what I'm doing. Like, when I do drift, I drift into the wall or into the side of the road. When I don't drift, I just drive in a straight line. That's about all there is to it. And that's enough to get the Diamond. What, you're missing right now? Yeah. That's because the routes get tougher and tougher, you know? That seems like it'll be terrifying to see loot. I'm trying to queue it up while I... Yeah, just throw it out there. You take those turns way better than I was taking them. Like, you drifted perfectly fine. Alright, pausing that for now. I just watched you do a few of them, and so again, this is going to be mostly straight line tech. Here, every single person drifts, like they just do. So we're going to. But the rest, we're just going to hover. We're going to assume you don't know how to drift, but you can float in the air. And then we're going to assume you can drive in a straight line. Might be a big assumption. And we're going to assume again you can hover in the air. All you have to do is pull back in your joystick. This one's so big that you literally can't crash. So if you just sit somewhere in the middle, you're all good. And then just turbo as you hit the pad. Straight line tech again. Hands literally off the controller except for the right hand. One small drift. And that's it. Float in the air again. We're back to straight lines. Taking a sip of water right now with my other hand. Back to straight lines. Sit somewhere in the middle. It's impossible to crash on the top or the bottom if we sit somewhere in the middle. And then just turbo across like we did the last time. Back to straight line tech. We're gonna bump into the wall on this one. Balance out us not doing that twice. And back to straight lines. Cooking in the rock race with you. Yeah, thanks. Have a good one, Bernie. Yeah, I mean, we basically just drove in straight lines for the whole thing, except for that one section where there's massive amounts of room on the left and the right of it. So we've kind of proved we don't really need drifting per se. You thought the stream was already over? No, we're gonna get to Diamond. And then we'll probably call it there. Have to cook dinner. After this one, I'll probably pause for about 40 seconds. Or maybe a minute to be able to just go put a pot of water on so I can cook dinner. But no, it's going good. We're still doing the same techniques basically as we were doing before. Minimal drifting, minimal everything. There's been real no noticeable difference going through Plat. So again, on our strategy for Festivals 2, fly in the air for about 85% of the map, basically never drift. Like 2 or 3 small little baby safe drifts, and that's about it. The rest, we're just going to be floating over the track. one small little drift, and one small little drift. That's all we're capable of doing. I'm positive that if you're almost diamond, you're capable of a couple small little drifts. Same with right here. One tiny little drift. That's it. That's all I expect from you. And then jump in the air and float around. Just hover in the air. If you're in the air, you have full maneuverability. There's lots of room. Again, we're basically just not being anywhere near the lava. Small, little, tiny drifts. That's all we're doing. Alright, Louis. Sounds good. Again, floating in the air away from the lava. We don't need to drift. We don't need to do anything. We're just tilting our car back, which if you don't know, on the controller is holding down on your analog stick. And we're just avoiding all the lava. Our trick to winning the race is to not really be on the track. Two small little drifts, like we're holding them for like tenths of a second here. Like, and then we're going to turbo through here. We saved all our turbos to the end. And we're just going to float through the lava. Again, I really don't know how to drift. It's perfectly fine. Turbo at the end. And that's 5 seconds faster. Like, if you just don't drift and don't use mechanics, it's often faster, and we're pushing into diamond now. Playing safe, consistent strategies is a lot better than tricky mechanical strategies that fail. So I can guarantee you, if any of you are plat or low diamond, you can replicate what I just did, which was just float basically the entire track. You can't hit the lava if you're in the air. And you see us do that a lot. Just safe, consistent strats. And it's enough to beat basically everyone always. Lane says no. I mean, like, obviously drifting's good. I'm just saying, you don't have to. Like, sure. If I was doing a basics, like, on how to rank up, I'd say practice drifting. But if you can't drift, this map looks so sketchy on low render. It's Sidewinder, but it doesn't render in amazingly. Okay, Sidewinder's gonna be a little bit tricky to not like do drifts, so I guess we'll just try to do sloppy drifts or something. Yeah, this one's a little bit tricky to do at low, like a low mechanics version of it, because I think my intuitiveness to drift will just kick in, but we'll try our best here to do it sloppy. So again, we're just gonna float. Floating's my go-to strategy always. So they're getting little drifts in. Look at them go. Like, they know how to drift. So we'll do a drift like they do. And then we'll drive in a straight line. Straight line tech. Okay, he drove across the lava. We'll drive across the lava. You know, sloppy. That car literally lifted me off the air, by the way. I'm getting shoved into the oblivion, by the way, by that other car. So we're just gonna drive in a straight line here. I'm not even on the controller. So I can't really get less mechanics than not driving any direction. We're just gonna follow them, do what they're doing. They can all drift this fairly confidently. We're still gonna drift into walls because we're less mechanical than them, right? That's what we're going with. We saved our turbos though. We use one there. We're gonna drive on the lava because we're less mechanical than them. Oh, they actually know how to turbo here now. Could be concerning for me. Again, they can sneak drifts in here. We can't. We're low mechanics. What the? I drove on top of that guy's car. Low mechanics. We don't have drifts. Like, obviously the big turns, we have to. Like, the map literally will force you to. So we'll bump into the wall here because we don't know how to drift. Every time we drift, we're trying to make mistakes. Again, we're just going to not even have our hand on the analog stick. Can't get less mechanical than not moving. Bump into the walls like they do. If any of them are bumping into the walls, we have to bump into the walls. That's kind of the rule, right? We can't have better mechanics than them. So again, we're going to drift into the walls because we have no mechanics. It's assumed that as you're getting to diamond, you can drift, at least a little bit, but I'm going to assume you drift wrong every single time, basically. See, like, yeah, they're sneaking in lots of little drifts we're not doing. We're just doing one big drifts around the things, and that's it. Besides that, you know, every single time we're going to bump into the wall because we're not mechanical. Take these as wide as possible. No sharp turns. Bump into the walls. And then we just use our turbos. We saved 3 to the end. And we're good to go. So we drifted a lot less than them. When we did drift, we crashed into walls intentionally, basically every single time, or into the, onto the lava. And basically just stacking your turbos for the end is enough to still come first. Maps like that, it's really hard to do low mechanics, because as I said, like, they're all doing significantly more drifting than me, but pretty sure you could just drift those main spots. I need about a minute and a half here, and then I will be back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue. Sorry, guys. Alright, we're good to go. So only a couple more games till Diamond. We're still not really drifting except for the maps that are only drift based, like Sidewinder and Anaconda. Even then, we're trying to bump into walls every single chance we can get. I think at Diamond, maybe we start drifting a little bit more. I don't know if Diamond players drift or not, though. I haven't really seen much Diamond footage. I think I could probably... I wonder what rank I could get to without drifting. Like if I unbound the drift button in my main account. I wouldn't be surprised if I could get to like a Diamond Elite without drifting. Yeah, I think so. Maybe we'll do that after at some point. Okay, so this is one of the ones that I don't know how to do it less mechanical. The rules I've been doing is I've been skipping that first boost pad over on the left because maybe they don't have the reaction time to get the first one. Or maybe it's too risky and they'll have to like do multiple air flip lefts. So we're just going to take the second one. We're going to miss basically all those pads there because they require air flips that are a bit tricky. Stuff like that. The problem is, yeah, we're gonna try like not drifting maybe. We seem to be too fast in this map is the problem. Can they really not air flip left? Like, okay, we're gonna not drift. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna drive in a straight line. Straight line tech, no flipping. Hit one of those, not two of those. I'm gonna assume that they can do this. Like, we're coming up to Diamond. They should be able to at least hit those. If they can't hit any of these, that's believable. But alright, have a good one. We're wrapping up anyways as soon as we hit Diamond. Again, we're just going to drive in a straight line. We're not even going to try for that pad, even though we should be able to. We're just going to drive on the ground. We're going to miss a pad because maybe straight lines are even tricky. We're going to miss this first one because we don't have the reaction time to notice it's there. Like, we're doing this without drifting, without hitting most of the boost pads. We can just hover in the air safely, right? We'll even skip that one. We're just driving in a straight line. And this is like around Diamond level now. Like, again, just straight line. We're not going to drift back and forth. We're just kind of driving in a straight line. I have a lot, like, I believe they can't, like, we'll even miss some of these, like, you know what I mean? Like, let's just say we panic completely and forget how to air flip altogether. Like, we miss every boost pad because we're high flat, low diamond, and no air flips yet. Like, it's still 5 seconds faster. We literally didn't drift and we missed every boost pad. I don't know how to make it less mechanical. What am I missing? How do I make this more fair? I'm not drifting. I'm not drifting, and I'm missing almost all the boost pads because I'm not air flipping. What do you think would make it more fair? I mean, they should be able to do what I'm doing, right? Like, if any high plat watched that. Did you watch that, Muffin Man? Like, I just drove kind of in straight lines, not air flipping, not drifting. I don't know how to make it less mechanical. But yeah, the challenge is basically if anyone at my rank watched me race, would they be like, oh, I could easily do that? If the answer is yes, I'm doing it correct. Yeah, they drive on the bottom. But again, that's just knowledge. So if they knew the route, they could do it. It's not mechanical. Do plats consume YouTube content? Probably not. If they had a concept of the routes, then I think they'd be fine, right? Because yeah, we're not drifting, we're not even air flipping like 95% of the things. We're just taking it as easy as possible. But yeah, our mechanics will go up as we go up. But the goal is always whatever rank you are. If you watched it, like, you know, if we were in Elite and you watched it, you'd be like, oh, what the heck? I could easily do that. Bone Cavern 2. I have not raced this map in, like, forever. What the heck? I forgot this is even a map. Alright, so straight line tech. We're gonna just not do anything. We can assume we can't hit a single one of these because we're so unmechanical. We're gonna assume we can drift around here though, because, like, we're diamond. Come on. We're just literally driving in a straight line. We're not even going for the pad. We're still in a straight line. This is the first time we've moved and we hit lava. Straight line tech's overpowered. Can they drift this? Yeah, okay. Straight lines. Straight lines are really strong in Diamond. We're gonna assume we can't hit that. That's too mechanical. We'd have to down flip down. Maybe we could drop on one of these? Alright, we did. I mean, I don't think that was that mechanical. Okay. We're gonna bump into the wall because, you know, we're only a gold diamond. And drifting might still be tricky. We're just kind of driving in straight lines. Like, we're gonna drift this because they could definitely do that drift. But we're mostly just doing straight lines. You hit 3 turbos, we use them. We're gonna bump into walls again because we still don't know how to drift. We should probably hit lava a little bit, huh? Alright. Oh no! Where'd that lava come from? We're so unmechanical. Whoa! Where'd all that lava come from? Too late to drift? You think we made that too tough? Maybe. That was the first time we've raced that one, so I get some feedback from people. I don't know. Seemed pretty straightforward. Just kind of driving straight line for about 80% of it. There's only about 2 turns we drift on, I think. 3 turns, right? Late into a corner? That's actually good advice. You're right. Maybe that's why my straight lines go burr. Honestly, it's been kind of nutty and super depressing. I after this challenge, I kind of want to do a how high can I get without the drift button bound. How high do you think I could get? Like, the game still auto drifts you if you hold the angle long enough. Okay, we're gonna see if they can air flip to the left here. They were air flipping to the left at gold, so like, I like to believe that high plat, low diamond can. But let's see. Let's only do it if they're doing it. No. Alright, fair enough. I'm just gonna float through most of the map then. Okay, so drift late. So like here. Something like that. What the heck? Who's on my car? I think hitting that pad's a little bit mechanical. We could definitely like drift in here though, right? Like, yeah, they're all drifting here. Nothing fancy here. We're gonna wait till we're perfectly lined up, lots of time, and then still miss it. That seem fair? All we're gonna do is float. We can't drift. We can float. Floating's pretty easy. There's no way they flip left. What do you mean? You don't think diamonds can air flip? Like right there? Fine. They definitely can float in the air though. I don't believe that they can't float. Alright, you know what? Honestly, let's just keep floating. Diamonds will that's one. Alright, we're gonna hit the lava and this piece bed. Just small little drifts, not like big long ones, right? Yeah, we're mostly just floating through the map. And then straight lines. Straight lines go brrr, brrr, brrr. Yeah, honestly, I think no drifting wouldn't be that hard. Not gonna lie. You have to spin around in the tunnel? What if I just don't drift in the tunnel? Does that count? Like, what if I drift before the tunnel and then just drive on the ground? And then not take the boost pads? Ah! Wait, they're passing me! Oh, we can't do anything about it. We have no mechanics. Alright, we did it! Ugh. Yeah, it's definitely eye-opening, isn't it? I've been watching this. Are you in the Discord, Muffin Man? Because you should be there so that we could organize some content at some point. Links in the description. You should join the channel's Discord. There's about 100 people in there. Okay, start late. Start the drift late. So like here. Something like that. Oh boy, I sure would love to go through that outpost, but that's a little bit mechanical. Oh boy, I sure would love to be able to drift without smashing into walls. But that's a little bit mechanical. This one's pretty wide. It's a pretty hard one to actually bump into things. This guy's drifting a lot. We're gonna still bump into walls like he is. Like we can see they bump into walls, so we should do it too. It doesn't. No. But Muffin Man, the goal isn't to do what they know. It's to do that if they saw this, would they be able to do it? We're not trying to replicate being a plat player. We're trying to see that if you were plat and you watch this, could you do it? And the answer is yes. It's not hard. You just float there. Bump into every wall because we can't drift without hitting lava. Yeah, so we're basically proving that we can win with the knowledge that we have, with less mechanics than they have. I mean, they kind of do drifts. I mean, I'd say kind of, like they're not like continuously doing good drifts. Yeah, that's probably a little bit too much, but... Bump, 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 bump. Lava, 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 lava. Alright, so we definitely must hurt to not go through that little shack. Yeah, okay. And like every single time we drift, we like way overkill it. Like way into walls, way into lava. It's way overkill. Like the people ahead of me there were like, they're drifting fine. Holy send it. It's the new lava tech. It's too strong. Yeah, I play Muffin on my main sometimes. $70? You climbed up. I can't get games. I haven't played ranks in about 3 or 4 days. I think I've dropped all the way down to 60 from like 43. Just from other people passing me while I haven't played. Straight line tech go. Okay, he bumped into the wall. We can do that too. They hit that pretty consistently, by the way. Just saying. You said I can't drift up the wall in that tunnel. Straight line tech. Have you seen my Roots videos, Muffin? They might actually be slightly relevant for you, but I mean you're about the same rank as me, so. Hey, look at that! Hey! Hey! They were air flipping left there. I saw them. But I mean I wouldn't be surprised if you're just faster than me on some routes anyways, so. Yeah, this is starting to become a problem. You're going faster than us. How do we catch up? Where the heck even is this first place person? He's zooming. Look at him go. I see him air flipping over there. Alright, this is kind of looking a little bit tricky here. Yeah, they all hit that pad, by the way. Just saying. Alright, good enough. That first dude was obviously faster than everyone else. And we're playing that less mechanically than we used to, because Muffin's a hater and says that we can't drift in the tunnel or hit the boost pad without spinning out. You thought no turbos was disrespectful? What do you mean? Like, no. Have I meant? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'll get a person that's like 8 seconds faster than everyone else, and it's like, alright, that's obviously not. Yeah. Well, we've come first or second every single race so far. And often the first ones are like, as we saw, like that guy was 3 or 4 seconds faster than everyone else. It's like, yeah. Okay, I don't know how to do Sidewinder unmechanically. Like, we tried. Like, how do I nerf myself from doing drifts proper? It's like, you need to do drifts. Like, there's no way people aren't drifting on this map. Any ideas? Yeah, I mean, I'll turbo in my normal spots. That's the one way I'll be able to pitch up ahead of them. Like, they sneak, like, some of them sneak in little drifts there. They definitely drift this section, though. Like, every single person will drift that section. Here we'll drift into the wall. Because, let's say we don't have enough control to not drift into the wall. Here we're just gonna like just drive straight up the wall and then back down. Basically no input from our controller at all. Only drift by turning? Alright. That seems fine. It's not too bad. Yeah, I'm not pressing the drift button on any of these. I'm just, Can I get one here? Not really, okay. Even then, I think that's a little bit too mechanical. Only drift without the drift button seems fine. In fact, I think that actually makes it a little bit easier for me. I'm doing it without it right now. This is only without the drift button. Takes a while to get going, not gonna lie. Uh-oh. Oh, good. Yeah, it does make some of the angles a little bit trickier there. Drift! Even exiting the drift is a little bit tricky. I actually think that's a really good suggestion, Morgan. We'll hit lava too, just to make it a little bit more fair, because it seems like we're going a bit fast. But yeah, we're not using the drift button though. We're just holding it and eventually it drifts. Oh, it takes a long time on that one. Oh, we couldn't get it. Uh-oh. It just lifted me up onto the wall. Yeah, that's a good way to... I don't know if that counts as low mechanics though, but it does does make it trickier, I guess. It makes it some doing sloppy drifts, which is about all we can do on Sidewinder. In fact, I think I could do my overlay to prove that that's what I'm doing. Does this work? Does that work? I don't know if I have the browser open for it. No, it doesn't seem to work. I used to do this on some of my videos. I don't think I have it set up anymore though. If I do the no drifting, I mean, drifting isn't a low mechanic though. Drifting's like really tough. I'm glad you're entertained. Yeah, I wonder if I could get Unreal... Yeah, chain drifting? Yeah, chain drifting would definitely be impossible without the drift button. This should be an interesting one. We're going to use kind of a secret tech that a lot of people don't know with this ELO, which is just driving in a straight line. It's a little overpowered. They probably got to nerf it at some point. So needless to say, we're not taking the inside track. Here we're gonna drift though. Like they can drift fine. Oh, okay, they can't. Oh my god. Wait, I'm trying to drift into the wall. Stop making me drift into your car. Whoa! Alright, we're not gonna carry that. Does that count? I feel like we did it fairly. We're just gonna hover this. I have full faith that people can hover. Love this song. Hype. Gonna drift into walls because they always have to drift into walls. Even if they're not, they do. I don't. Yeah, they're racing it clean enough. We're gonna throw a turbo across. We don't know how to airflip like they are. They also definitely don't know how to do the bottom half. Are you crazy? Drifting upside down? We can't even drift normally. Whoa! I figure that's just a fair representation. And then again, straight line tech. Brrr. Straight lines are overpowered. Whoa, we drifted late. Whoa! 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 Like, I don't know. It seems like we're crashing the correct amount, which is every single time we drift. Alright, links in the description. Oh no, a wall! Where'd that come from? All these walls are appearing out of nowhere. Whoa! Side of the road! Whoa! 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 Like, how do I make it like I'm still coming first, which is the problem. When literally every single time I drift, which isn't often, like, I'm not drifting in any of this section. I'm just driving straight. Crashing the wall every time, because this dude's also doing it. Wait, I'm not sure if that guy's making fun of me. Or if they actually just do this every time. I'm in. Oh no, the walls. I don't know. Every time we drifted, he really is. I know. But I was trying to like do the worst possible drifting, and dude's like, "Oh yeah, I got you." Really, really, game? Really? 99%? Yeah, subscribe for those killer lines, Mr. Muffin. The Muffin Man learning new crazy lines, like driving straight and then crashing into every wall ever, every single time you drift. It'd be pretty depressing if I could get Unreal without the drift button bound, huh? Still wonder how viable that is. The top speed you've hit is at least 2? Ah, man, that's one higher than some people I've seen. Look, I'm on 0 right now. We don't know how to drift, but we can kind of float in the air. So let's drift late. That's what I was told. Whoa, there's a wall. Oh no! They know the shortcuts. We got nothing on them now. Maybe we'll drive down here instead. We'll do one small little drift. Yeah! Whoa, the walls keep jumping out of me. Whoa, that lava came out of nowhere. Am I doing it? Why would I take the shortcut if I have to crash in the garage each time? That's just slower than not doing it. Oh boy, I do love driving in a straight line. Ah, I better drift! Like, I joke, but then every single time there's a dude like that that just literally does it right after me. Again, the goal isn't to be a noob. It's to be able to show that you can just do things without being a noob. I'm not trying to be a bronze player or a plat player. Ah, lava! I'm trying to show if I do things unmechanically, like drifting, because drifting is a mechanic that if we try it and we mess up, that it's not the end of the world. And everything else we're doing safe. And that's good enough. You know, maybe we get a little bit of a drift in, bump into a wall, because again, we don't know how to drift. And obviously we have goldfish memory, so if we forget that this ends, oh no, it ends! And then we bump into the wall again. Whoa, the walls are back! Whoa, the lava's back! It's crazy we didn't learn on the first 2 lines. Oh well. Luckily for us, it doesn't matter. So all we did was not drift for about 80% of the map. Not take the mechanical outpost. When we did drift, smash into walls and hit lava. And that's diamond. That's the diamond mechanics. We might actually have to make it no mechanics. Give me a second, I just want to see how long until my... Okay, I got time for one last one. The last race. And then I'm calling it. We'll go diamond to elite on a different day. WM getting diamond? Yeah. So at what point, like, is it safe to say I could do a little bit of drifting? Because there's people stuck in diamond. Like, do we just do the same routes we've always done, which is not really drift? D2? Alright. So we've been doing the drift right here, though, since Gold, because literally they all drift it. We don't drift any of the tunnels because that's too complicated. Instead, we just float. Floating's really easy. You just literally tap your button. And then we do the big tech of driving in a straight line. And again, they always drift this. Maybe they bump into walls, though, so we should bump into walls, too. And again, this section will like literally force you to drift, so we just kind of sit somewhere in the middle. Don't take it too tight. And then drift it. Don't hit those on an angle, because we're unmechanical. And we're back to straight line tech. One single small drift. Don't even hold it for a long time. We're not doing it all the way around. We're just kind of floating. A lot of players will take the road to the right. Air flipping's too tricky. I don't think they can air flip. We're gonna bump into walls often. I think you overestimate. Like, just because they can air flip doesn't mean every single person can air flip. Our goal is to be able to do what any player at this rank can do. Which is, in the middle of the section, there's nothing to crash into. So I'm positive that they just are in the middle of that section, they won't crash. Straight line tech. Hand isn't even on the controller right now for the left hand. Alright. And... whoa, no, a wall! Where'd that come from? I hate it when those jump out from nowhere on me. Again, we're in the middle here. Like, there's nothing within like 10 feet of us on either side. So like, I don't think we're crashing. Alright. Like, we couldn't really drift that much less. I think it's just knowing the two shortcuts. Alright, Diamond 1, 9%. That's where we're ending today. We're gonna get to elite on the next stream, though. Yeah, what a race. It might look like a high five, like a mope or whatever, but that's actually should be air quotes. Alright, let's continue this another day. That was fun. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. Click the like button on the way out. And all that jazz that I'm not going to say out loud. Bye!